Ether blockage detected. Firm blow required. Hit me! You want me to hit you? Okay. Okay. Well, let's see what that nonsense is all about, I guess. Need some fish, apparently. Jeez Louise. Okay. Yes, greetings. Do you need something restored? No. I'm following the Alagon node. Could you give me a moment? Naughty here is clamoring for attention. Help me. Firm blow required. Hit me. Hit me. Don't tell me you've got your ether blocked again. Very well. You know, you probably need to know Alagon artifacts in order to fix that. Oh, versed in such machines, are you? Well, I appreciate the advice, but rest assured, I have the situation hell in hand. Conk! Your node has encountered a problem, needs to restart. Collecting error information and restarting. Node restart complete, logging in as Theuna. More, Theuna. Hit me more. You know, sometimes I think you actually enjoy this. I have no idea where you learned to speak like that. Yeah, who'd enjoy a Viera hitting them? Now then, you wanting something? I don't think I've seen you before. Take it you're new to the Crystarium. Oh, I remember now. You're the master artisan who hails from the same land as the XIV. What was your name again? Rax. Oh, that's right, Rax. Pleasure to meet your fellow crafter in a faraway place. I'm Theuna, a restorer of the facet of crafting and proprietor of cherished memories. And for my work, I've had to train in a variety of trades, including a weaver. While there are restorers aside from me, my workshop specializes in artworks and traditional handicrafts. Items with sentimental value rather than practical value, in other words. Given the state of the world, my choice of focus is frowned upon by some, but I knew what I wanted to do. So I opened Cherished Memories with Naughty as my assistant. Adorable, isn't it? It's actually a relic from the tower. But I had it broken down. It had broken down. I couldn't bear to see it leaving discarded, so I restored it as best I could. It's been with me ever since. Am I a good node? Yes, you are. No one keeps records like you. I realize we scarcely just met, but I'd like to propose a business arrangement. I do not want you to hit me. You see, despite the work I profess to do, I'm only actually good at alchemy. So you want me to do other stuff? The end is a work in progress. Please knock her into a shape. Bish bash. I won't hit you either. There's no hitting in any direction, is what I'm trying to say here. Yeah, so funny story. I was going to order... So I had today all scheduled out. I was like, alright. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do the mean quest, which I prepped for this morning. And I'm cool with this, and I'm going to order lunch and, like, a huge amount of leftover food at a certain point in time, and then I'll have that for lunch. And then it'll be cool. And then I stumbled into the Ishgardian Restoration and was stuck there for 4.5 hours. So, now, it was good stories. I don't mean to sound negative. It's just, I was extremely not expecting that. Depends on the MMO tracks, yeah. So, in light of that, I was like, well, I don't really have much prepared right now for lunch. So I had a bowl of cereal. Then I said, well, screw it. I need to make up for lost time because I just lost 4.5 hours of my schedule to something I didn't know existed. Guild Wars 1? Yeah, I'll count that. I'll count all the stuff in there. Although, I'm going to have to figure out a few things. I'll put that towards Guild Wars 1, then. If you try to donate for Ion, I will say no. This is the Cherished Memories. Well, it is when I'm here. It has neither the funds nor the reputation, so I'm making use of the means facilities. So, your first task. The item to be restored is a painting of Damp Soul, a village in the Lakeland destroyed by Sin Eaters approximately 90 years ago. The client is descended from denizens of said village. So, With my knowledge of alchemy, I can remove the stains, but the canvas is terrible. I need you to fix the canvas. Can you make the canvas for us? I got the canvas. I won't ban you, US in Corp, but I'll take your money. And then not put it towards FF14 1.0. I actually enjoyed Ion in several respects. The idea of a game entirely centered around flying as a main mechanic was interesting to me. And, I actually really like the character creator. In fact, I specifically used the character creator of Ion to design several characters for me, because I can't draw. But then I played Ion up until about, oh, I don't know, level 20 or so, I want to say. And then, well, the game stopped, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, no, exactly. The game just stops, and it says, alright, go PvP. Which is extraordinarily common of a lot of MMOs, by the way. Like, it's weird how common it is for MMOs to be like, here's a bunch of content. It's actually good. Alright, that's it. Go PvP. Oh, for Christ's sake. No, you're right, Alex. It was an extraordinarily common format because it required almost no effort compared to making, let's call it what it is, a real MMO. Never mind a real game. Well, this is a good time for questions, just occurred to me. Let's see here. Darth Tyrant isn't here. Baron isn't here. Harant isn't here. Cashel isn't here. Gum Gum isn't here. Rax. Oh, Rax is right there. I already answered Rax's question, though. Giga Pudding isn't here. Cashel isn't here. I already answered that one. Already answered that one. Answered that one. Answered that one. Yeah, let me delete a lot of these. I've answered a lot of these. Go down a little bit. Alex isn't here. And there's Blade Travol's thing about how to refill Dark Knight, so hang on, let me pause before I hit that. There's Lena telling me I'm stupid, as she is wont to do. Are there any of the mounts good, or are you just collecting, Rex? No judgment, I'm just curious. Asheron's Call, Alex. Although I don't think that's quite what you're talking about. Hey, you see all these White Crafter scripts? I throw them on the ground. Because I'm capped, and I don't care. Sorry. Unless someone really needs something like right now. Which would be a good time to tell me, because I'm about to turn in a bunch more things and delete a whole lot more White Crafter scripts. Thanks to the quality of the material, the painting should prove durable in any climate. The beautiful colors, fine details will survive a while. Now then, wait a moment, I'll go to the client. I'll mention your computer. Nope, you gotta tell me something very specific, Giga Pudding, otherwise it's going on the ground. This is the client. He wanted to thank you in person. Thank you for helping restore the painting. To others it may be an unremarkable work of art, but to me and my family it's an irreplaceable treasure, an heirloom of days gone by. From the days when Lakeland was the domain of the elves. For generations my family called Damp Soul home. We lived in peace and thrived thanks to the bounty of the source. Surviving war and famine alike. But the Sin Eaters came and took everything from us. So we made a painting, and it was damaged. But now it's amended, and you're awesome. Thank you. You're welcome. I don't know the full story, but I'm glad it ended well. Yeah, me too. Ah, but to have a family. Uh-oh, she doesn't have a family. No! So, Alex does have a question here that I kind of want to answer. So, I'm supposed to make a... So, I don't like this. You want me to make an Omega-style raid for FF8, FF9, and FF10. But I don't want to do that. I want to make, like, an Eden-style raid for FF8, FF9, and FF10. But that was the question I was asked, so let me think about this for a minute. Let's limit myself to 4 from each to make it not insane. So 4 bosses that are just copy-pasted from FF8 into FF14. So, Ultimecia is obviously locked in, because that's... You can't avoid that, right? You need to have the ultimate boss. That means Ultimecia, Kuja, and Seymour are all pretty much locked in. So that's done. Still playing with around... Oh my god. Still playing around with that floating rust ball, I see. These are identified as well of the facets of crafting. What is a rust ball? How would you make yourself useful for the change? Make something useful. After all this time ignoring me, those are the only words you have? We're not playing around, I'll have you know. We've served many clients already, and there are bound to be more folk who have cherished items they want restored. They just don't know who to ask for help. What's more, we have a veteran artisan on board who prepares the materials we need. Lore here. His skills are at least the equal of Master Herrig. Skills or no, it's nothing but a waste of precious resources. You do well to open your eyes to reality. That was... Oh, well, it might not seem so, but we used to be close. We both lost our parents, and, well, a man named Herrig took us as apprentices. Herrig was a restorer. He inspired me to become one, too. When I was little, I had a doll. It was a memento of my late mother, and I treasured it like life itself, but old as it was, one day it fell apart. Back then, we suffered from far worse shortages than we do now. Everyone at the Mean struggled to do their work. I was going to say, have you seen this Crystarium? This is a nicer city than the one I live in real life, in many ways. I don't think you're hurting for resources. So he said, no need for tears. Took the doll, made it a no. There's more such items at the Crystarium. Items that would serve no practical purpose, that won't help us survive, yet mean the world to someone. They wouldn't have found a place among a refugee's scant possessions otherwise. They're irreplaceable treasures, and I can't bear to watch them crumble away. As Master Herrig mended my doll, so would I mend the ties of others. In many ways, you remind me of him. Not only are you capable, but you're kind and dependable. It's a pleasure working with you. Sure. Oh, and thanks to Tall Things Singing our praises for seeing more restoration requests. Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. As active. The elderly is a drawn lady. She apparently descended from Volbert nobility. The item to be restored is an antique Volbert jewelry box, formerly occupying the land known as Ilmeg. Kingdom was destroyed by Sin Eaters following the flood. So, we need to reproduce a fabric for the upholstery. Okay, I can do that. Sorry, I'm playing FF8 in my head. So I've got 3 of the bosses for FF8 selected. I'm trying to debate a 4th. The general idea I'm using in my head is, alright, if I had to pick out 4 iconic fights, not necessarily the best fights or most interesting ones, but the ones that are most iconic, and that we could then use from FF8, which ones would I pick? So far I have the mech tank thing from the early mission, which I can't even think of the name of. And then over here we've got the fight against Sorceress Adele, or Adel as I prefer. And for 4, we've got Ultimecia, because duh. I'm still debating what the number 2 fight would be. I was thinking Norg. As much as that whole story arc is, let's call it what it is, stupid, and arguably badly done, the fact is, it is a critical moment in the entire story, and a bit of an axis point, since it leads immediately into us getting our first airship. So, yeah, okay, we'll go with Norg, then. So there you go. Mech Thing, Norg, Adel, Ultimecia. Now we move on to 9. Again, Kuja's locked in. I think we'll go ahead and go with Black Waltz number 3 as our first boss. We could do all 3 waltzes. It doesn't really change my answer any. It's either all 3 waltzes or the 3rd waltz. I can't actually think of the name of it. It's the plant mech, the thing I voiced in the theater, in the Aoife tree. Hi, Bragman. Soul Cage, that's it. Yeah, this takes days each time, doesn't it? I could curl up right here and fall asleep, but first things first, I'm pleased to say the jewelry box has been restored to its former glory. Especially pleased how the trimmings turned out. They're as beautifully vibrant as the day they were made, and it's thanks to the quality of the materials you supplied. With this, I'll see this to the client. Okay. I can already tell the mean quests are going to be a lot quicker than the Ishgard quests, so that's nice. I don't remember how long the role quests are. I guess we'll find out in a minute. This is Rosine. She's so pleased with the jewelry box, she wanted to come and thank you herself. Fiona tells me your contribution was instrumental. For that, I offer you my heartfelt gratitude. My daughter will wed soon, you see. The jewelry box is to be my gift to her on her special day. Oh, such joyous news. Congratulations. With my husband no longer with us, life has been hard. There's nothing grand I can offer my daughter. Yet humble though it is, the box holds special meaning to us. It's been with us since our ancestors fled Vobert. While most of them sought refuge in Yulmore, my great-grandmother and her husband chose to begin anew at the Crystarium. The box came with her, laden with the memories of her lost home. It was passed down to my grandmother and my mother and me. It's a treasured heirloom, our connection to a time long past, and we've taken care of it as best we could. The years began to tell on it, but now's the time had come for me to pass it on to my daughter, and its condition was so bad that I was embarrassed to do so, but thanks to you and Fiona, however, I can pass it on proudly. Thank you. Hi, Hazardous. Such a special connection to have with your family in Homeland. An orphan like me can only dream. I'd love to visit your Homeland at some point. Will you promise to take me there? No. I'm just jesting. Don't look so troubled. I too have a homeland. Glory be to Alag. Long may she endure. I've got it, Don Crow. My joke is about doing a Star Wars rewrite with Gates McFadden. Done. It's a sex fic, the whole thing. It's just one big raunchy sex fic. Alright, I've got my answers. The Black Waltzes, Soul Cage, The Invincible, and then Kuja. There's my FF9 Omega bosses. Why do you have glow sticks? I'm confused. Tell me, Laura, what do you think is the difference between repair and restoration? In my mind, the arm of repair is to make something work as intended again. The aim of restoration is to return something to its original state. That being the case, in order to do a good job of restoring, it's crucial to know what materials were used and how. This requires a great deal of research and analysis, and that's where Noddy has been most useful. Noddy is a most helpful node. Now, an item may appear to be imperfections, be they scuffs or scratches or peculiarities. While we may instinctively want to remove such marks, we must be mindful they hold special meaning to the owner. Of course, if there's special damage that impairs function, we must mend it best we can. These decisions we make through consultation. Yes, I know what restoration is. It's neat and all, but... And... Alright, back to work. There are currently 3 outstanding tasks, of which 3 are urgent. Oh my goodness. Do you have time to assist me with another task, Laura? Wonderful. This time the client is a Zune Amaro handler, and the item is a set of Amaro barding. A very old set. We have our work cut out for us. Before the flood swallowed up their homeland, the Zune lived as nomadic folk. Amaro were a central part of their lives, and even something commonplace as their barding may carry great sentimental value. That being the case, we must give no less than our best. Okay, we can do that. Amaro? I don't know, whatever. So now FF10. I like the total lack of comments on my FF9 pick, by the way. Or my FF8 pick. Jeez Louise. Wait. I think an assassin has come to kill me. Damn it, why does everyone want to kill me today? Ugh. Whatever, I accept my horrible death. Hi, Michael Vania. So FF10, obviously the last boss has to be... I mean, I would stick with Jecht or Seymour and just pick one of the two. I don't think we need to do both, honestly. Yep, we're still on side quest, Justin. I mean, Braska's final Aeon works. We also technically could use Yu Yevon as the final boss. Seymour has to be one of the bosses, one way or the other. He transforms into all the C forms across the fight. Uh-huh. It was done. It was the hardest task to date, but the Amaro barding is restored. So here's the problem. I can't limit myself to 4 bosses, even significant bosses. Like, I mean, I could barely limit myself to 4 significant bosses if I really thought about it. Because I want to have the Tick, I want to have Jecht, I want to have Seymour, I want to have Sin, and I want to have Unalesca, which is 5. There's others I could add to that list too, but that's as far down as I've managed to pare it. In the course of using the material, I noticed little details, techniques you'd employed to alleviate the burden on the beast. Such a thing would have never occurred to me. Anyways, the client. We could... That's actually not a bad idea. Make the tick the savage phase, right? The extra boss fight. Although I don't like doing that in general, so never mind, I talk that back. I walk that back. Give something to regularity, but our client wants to thank you himself. Fiona was most effusive in her praise of you. I simply had to put a face to the name. Thank you. This is the fine beast who will wear it. Hello. Amaro detected proximity too close for comfort. As you may know, we Zun once lived as nomads. In that hard life, they contributed as any man to our collective survival. We regarded them as family, raising them as we would our own children. Sadly, many were lost to the flood, and to this day we lament our failure to save them. The barding you restored is an honored artifact. Since ancient times, it's been tradition to bestow it upon the finest Amaro and their handler each turn of the seasons. It is our sole connection to our old way of life. By restoring it, you preserved an important part of our history and our identity. I understand those who disapprove of what we do, but they're stupid. Can you do me a favor and put it into the queue, Alex? If you don't mind. Just make it easier. Well, it gives me a heart to have their support. As Zen says, not everyone shares the sentiment. Oh well, not the least of all. Feathered reptile Amaro are known to spur water from their nostrils. Water and nodes do not mix. Okay. Valvatric asked a question I haven't gotten to yet. Let's see here. Valvatric asked, how did Eden stacking up against Gaia? So give me a second here. Damn it. So it looks like 8 pluses to story for Eden. $16 pluses to gameplay for Eden, and 1 negative. Excuse me, 2, 3. Oh wow, hang on. 5 negatives to gameplay for Eden. I hope you're paying attention because I'm not writing this down and I've already lost track. Get all the way down to Omega here. Three pluses to story for Omega. $14 pluses to gameplay for Omega. And 1 negative to gameplay for Omega. Nope, 2 negatives to gameplay for Omega. And there you go, whatever that lines up to be. Oh my god. Where'd you get that outfit, Braven? Well, you've been standing there. I was so deep in thought I didn't notice you. I haven't moved! I don't think I've moved an inch this entire quest chain. Anyways. I was wondering if I should speak with you about Owell. That you should appear at this moment is a sign. Please, hear me. As you know, Owell and I were taken in as orphans by Master Herrig. We were close friends, playing and arguing with each other in turn, and together we trained as artisans, but all that changed when Master Herrig disappeared. Young as we weren't told what became of him, but it's more than likely that, like so many others, he was slain by a sin-eater. From that time on, Owen and I drifted apart. Eventually we stopped speaking entirely. It was only when I announced my intention to open the shop that he had words for me, and they were none too kind. You don't understand anything, he spat out angrily. Well, he's right in one regard. I don't understand why he detests my work. It's so beyond disapproval. He makes it personal, as if I've done something to offend him. This wouldn't be a problem, except Ol holds considerable influence at the mean. A bad word from him and we would get no more custom. Sooner or later, we have to settle our differences, but if the mere anticipation of it is nerve-wracking. How would I wouldn't give for a stiff drink? Command received. Instructions to proceed to the wandering stairs. I beg your pardon? Oh no, nobody's gonna summon... Oh, no. Okay. That actually tracks. The Omega raids were extraordinarily well constructed, whereas the Eden raids did have a few issues. And Eden is just much better on the story axis. So, yeah, no. That tracks. The system continues to be accurate. I like it. I'm surprised it has holes for your ears. Let's see here. So I answered Valvage's question. Disco says, what would be the Warrior of Light's McDonald's order? So I'm going to get, let's see, a Big Mac and a double quarter pounder with cheese, obviously. A large fry, no soda, but I would like a Shamrock Shake. And that's going to be the Warrior of Light's McDonald's order. What is the strangest import-export you've seen in fiction? Dreams comes to mind. Also, Souls is something I've seen a few times. McDonald's nuggets are garbage, to say that as nicely as I possibly can. That's not meat, whatever that is. Oh yeah, no, Valen's... We actually objectively and precisely discussed why Valen sucks. Like, we were able to really break it down. Like, it's one thing to make a character you want to punch in the face. It's another to make them a character that you actively don't want to see on your camera anymore. That you want off the camera. He was a get off my screen character. And that was the end of that. I actually get McDonald's every now and again, because I actually happen to have a good one around here. What's there? Oh, Jesus Christ. Go watch the VOD. I'm not going into it again. So you're the urgent business I had to drop everything for. Affirmative. Theona has a score to settle with you. What was that? Nothing. Quiet, Naughty. Forced shutdown initiated. Clunk. There's something I need to ask you all. Make it quick. Unlike you, I've got responsibilities. Alright. Everyone agrees with what I do. I understand it, but why are you so angry with me? You called me and just asked me that? Urgent business indeed. How easy your life must be when your days are filled with play. What we do isn't play. We restore items that hold sentimental value for the people of the Crystarium. Listen, well, thanks to the efforts of our ancestors, we've come to enjoy a semblance of a normal life, but shortages are still a daily reality. Shortages you do nothing to alleviate. In the time it took you to restore a single decrepit set of Amaro barding, I crafted a dozen new ones. So, you're an idiot. Okay, got it. With Master Herrick gone, it falls to me to prop up the mean. It falls to me because Master had to go on to satisfy some vain obsession, and you had to go take after him. Node restart complete. Resuming suspended operations. Oh, not detected. Shall I fetch him? No. Leave him be. He's just an idiot. Sorry I had to witness that. He didn't used to be that way. Well, I believe in what we do. I can't deny there's truth to his words, but you'll have to satisfy an obsession. The day he disappeared, he had ventured off to procure materials. He was seeking to restore... right. Right. Let's return to the bean. Let's see. Questions. Disco has another question. Wait, Disco's not here, is he? Maybe I shouldn't answer Disco questions. Let's delete these. Music you enjoy once in a blue moon but can't stand if encountered regularly. Anything with lyrics. Let me walk that back. Anything with lyrics in English. He's already done enough to damage our reputation, judging by the recent decline in business. We must win him over. Convince him that there's such a thing as intangible worth and morale. Like, seriously, this is stupid. Okay, that's apparently the wrong answer. Yeah, I'm actually with Alex on this. Valens crosses a line that shouldn't be in a Final Fantasy game. And Final Fantasy games are dark. But there's a difference between dark and gross. That's always been true. That there's always been a distinction between dark storytelling and Squick. And Valens tripped over into Squick in several different ways. And that's in addition to the fact that he's arguably not even a good villain. He is a singularly one-dimensional character with absolutely nothing interesting or engaging about him. The only thing that could have salvaged such a character, performance, isn't on display because there's no voice acting. Anyways. Do I remember the name? I already answered that one. What was the last... Oh, that was Noclus. I'll answer this anyways. What's the last game you were really excited about that actually exceeded your expectations? LoreRunner.com. Views list. Scroll to the bottom. Most recent game that I was excited for that exceeded my expectations. Metroid Dread. I was excited for Metroid Dread, and Metroid Dread knocked my socks off. So anyways, this is an enchanted instrument whose power long faded, but its tone was known as beautiful for it. Master would play his lute at the tavern, and Owl and I would go and listen. Seeing as how keen they were, he even gave us lessons. We loved the rich, soothing sound, and we weren't alone. Whenever Master Harry played it, the tavern was always full. No matter how rowdy the patrons were, as soon as the first chord was strummed, a hush would fall over the place. The music resonated with them, filling our hearts with peace in both good times and in bad. Following Harry's disappearance, however, the lute has been gathering dust. It's because no one can restore it, save the master himself. But now I can restore it. I must restore it. Let's do this. Let's make this lute sing one more time. Think of a great story that ended perfectly, completely tying up all threads that needs to be tied up. We're now tasked with making a sequel. Do you make it smaller in scope or go as big as you can? Not applicable. Without more information, I actually can't answer that. That being said, I would probably go with either a prequel or a midquel, to be completely honest. Probably a midquel. I think that's a better choice for something like that. Blade Traval. Is Blade Traval here? There's a question from Blade Traval. This one, right? Yes, okay. Okay, so Blade Traval asks, what would you think of an FF6 sequel that was a management sim where you're tasked with restoring the world to... Yes! Oh, sorry. Where you're tasked with restoring the world to a thriving state in the wake of Kefka's defeat. Again, yes. God, yes. Please, yes. Inject that into my veins. Basically, surviving Mars, but better, is what you just described. Done. Here's $100. Make it happen. Oops. Let's see here. FF14 has announced a Patreon to voice currently unvoiced content. Assuming FF14 doesn't simply... Oh, actually, I already answered that one, didn't I? Never mind. Delete. Oh, Pillars of Snow asks a relevant question. It's been a week and my hands still smell like onions. Any cleaning suggestions? Vinegar. Soaking in vinegar and then scrubbing or scrubbing with vinegar. Also, rubbing alcohol will usually work. The final solution is time. Eventually, the parts of your hand, the skin which is containing the smell, will eventually die, fall off, and be replaced by other skin. Ergo, at that point in time, you will no longer have the smell. Vinegar is an extraordinarily good cleaning option, yeah, but I usually don't recommend it as a first option, because vinegar can cause problems, especially if you don't know what you're doing with it. And it's what I like to think of as a hard cleaning agent, as opposed to most cleaning agents, which are soft cleaning agents. Now, bleach is a terrifying cleaning agent, but, you know, very useful for that. The Enterprise finds Eorzea and Azeroth. What is the Federation's short-term response? I hate to ask for clarification, but which Enterprise? I need to know the era. Because in the TOS era, Kirk would beam down, have an adventure, punch someone, have sex with someone, and then go back to the ship. It's an exaggeration, but you get the idea. I think I'll go with TNG Golden Era. In which case, well, unfortunately that makes the answer boring as well. Because the Federation will be like, oh, okay. And they would try to set up some kind of observation post and, you know, watch. And then they would be like, no, we can't violate the Prime Directive, even though they're about to have a calamity. And they just watch while Bahamut kills millions of people. Like, yeah, no, it's whatever. It's whatever. It's not our business. Now, Azeroth, they'd be like, alright, let's start analyzing them. And Azeroth would detect them, because Azeroth is extraordinarily high tier, magically and technologically. They have actual spaceships in Azeroth. There's a reason where that's where the I've been to space meme comes from. So... I'm afraid I don't actually know what you're talking about, Professor Iago, so please forgive me my ignorance. So I don't know. Trihexia says, why do companies always... TV companies, excuse me. TV studios always move away from source material for adaptations. The main audience will be made of people who love the source material. I have no idea. I don't even have any information on that one. But if you asked me to adapt something in source material into a TV show, I would absolutely adapt it rather than staying true to the source material. And the reason why is because it doesn't work that way. You can't just take a comic book and then throw it onto the screen. It will not work. We know this because of practiced history, but also because of base logic. It's a different medium entirely. Doesn't mean it doesn't work. It means you have to change it for it to work. Alright, what's up with Naughty here? Naughty's broken down, in case you missed it there. Hit me, Lore. Hit me! I will push the mystery button. Flying updates. Do not turn off your node. This will take a while. Fine. Smack! As hard as I can. Restart complete. Thank you. The answer lies in Herrick's final destination. He went to Kalusia! What? Affirmative. He intended to trade with the Ondo for the material which is found on the sea floor. Material from the sea? Oh, I think I know what that is, actually. Could you please analyze this material? Its composition closely resembles that which was used for the soundboard. Excellent. Good, good. Laura, could you make some stuff for this, please? Ah, yes. If I must. answered that question. Delete, 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 delete. 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 Emperor Valerian says, Lore, you suck and you're stupid, and I hate your stupid, ugly, goddamn, worthless, terrible, pathetic face. Not a question, but thank you for the comment. Franchise I still look forward to despite multiple of its recent content being bad. Mega Man. Think about it. Think about how much of recent Mega Man is good. I can think of 2 games, and the further back we go, the worse that ratio gets. See, if I was stupid, I could tell you why I'm stupid, Hazardous. But I am stupid, so I can't tell you why I'm stupid. Best game you hate and worst game you love. Well, let's pull up the review list. Go to my website. Pull this over here. I got reviews. Okay, so of the games I hate, the game I hate the least... Let's see here. I think I'll go with Mega Man X6. And of the games I like, the game I like the least would probably be... Let's go Super Mario Bros. 2. There we go. Is there a tenet you adhere to, principles that guide you? Not really. But customer happiness. Oh, hi, Harriet. Let's see, Harriet had a question up here. There it is. Has the version of Chrono Cross been funded? No! Oh, sorry, that's not what that said. Has the... I need to increase the font size on this. Has the version of Chrono Cross that is being funded been switched to the Switch remaster? Yes. If so, is Radical Dreamers part of the stream? Yes. Will Radical Dreamers be scored with the main game? Yes. There we go. That's the answer to that question. You may or may not have noticed Radical Dreamers actually was removed from the list and because it was baked into Chrono Cross. Commander C. Determining Oral's location. That note is not helpful. Let's see. Alex says, how would Star Trek deal with Omega and Midgar Zormer? Which Star Trek? That is always a question that must be asked when it comes to Star Trek. I mean, Star Trek covers like 200 or 300 years, and that's not counting New Trek, where that number suddenly goes into the thousands range. Ironically, I'm pretty sure most people like Chrono Cross. I don't, because Chrono Cross sucks. But I do know a lot of people who rather enjoy Chrono Cross, so... Let me put it to you this way. If you liked Xenogears, you will probably like Chrono Cross. That's not fair. Xenogears is better than Chrono Cross, and I hate Xenogears. The son of... Oh, yeah. I swear that weight is the worst part. I mean, Xenogears, it's easy to point to several things that could be considered objectively good. Chrono Cross... I would struggle to think of a positive about Chrono Cross, and I don't mean that as a meme. Do something about this stressful. Give me a bloody lightning shock. There's minimal release of energy intended to encourage his attendance. Alright, it's just, there's something I wanted to show you. You fixed the loot? Not by myself. I'd help. He takes it and smashes it! This is fine work, not even the slightest warp. And the ornamentation is immaculate. You've done well to restore this thing. So what? Will it feed people? Shield them from the cold? I didn't think so. If there's nothing else, I'm returning to work. I honestly thought he was going to. I mean, look at him. He's still being a dick. I saw Alex. I mean, unfortunately, Omega would just be a threat of the week, if we're being honest. Victor Zormer would be a race as part of another story. It's Master Herrig's lute. When my brother and I lost our parents, the music comforted us, lifted us up from the depths of sorrow. After a hard day's work, there was nothing better than listening to these soothing notes while trading tales with my kin. It helped us to face another day with this mount. Yeah, morale is a thing. Oh my god, you moron. He's the moron, not them. No, I have not, Valerian. Never got around to it. What's my opinion on the Spartan program? I mean, it's horrific and evil, but otherwise I don't have much to say about it. It only really succeeded once, let's be honest. Mr. Herrig knew all. He knew how this loot could touch people's hearts. And he felt it was worth restoring in spite of the risk to obtain the material. Though the Master is gone, his loot may bring hope to those who live in the despair and bind those who are left behind. My former master, the Archmagus Noah, imbued the loot with a prayer of hope when she created it. Glory be to Alec, long may she endure. The person who made this loot was your master? What an amazing coincidence. Alright, I understand what it is you seek to do, and I accept it's for the good of the people. I guess. I have a confession to make. The person who broke the loot was me. Hey! I remember watching Transfix as Mr. Herrick worked on it. The way he took the battered old thing and made it gleam, it was magical. But when I picked it up to take a closer look, it slipped from my hands. I braced for Herrick's fury, but he wasn't angry in the slightest. No need to cry. What is broken can be fixed. And then he set out and never returned. Though I was but a boy then, I knew full well the loot served no practical purpose. It wasn't essential. The thought that the Master died in vain ate at me. I hated myself for breaking the loot, and I hated the very idea of restoration. So that's the way of it. But you've opened my eyes. Master's work was important, but I understand now. We still need food, and we still need roofs, but if it's all... What's it worth if we don't have hope for the morrow? Yeah, morale. I'm sorry. I'm not going to give this story a negative, but I don't think it deserves a positive. It's a little bit after school specially, but it's executed well enough that I don't mind as much. But it's just kind of like... Come on. Yeah, I know, right? You ever heard of this thing called morale? What? Yeah, this is a wash. This is a complete wash, Quest Chain. I suppose I knew deep down he was my family, but it's a little embarrassing, if not unpleasant. I agree. Morale is pretty important in a setting like this. So if Valerian does ask a question other than me being stupid, dumb, and, of course, too stupid to explain why I'm stupid, and he says, if you could talk about one subject or field that is polemic, or polemic adjacent, and face no backlash and everyone's reasonable adults about it, which subject would you pick? I'm actually going to open this for everybody to answer if they want to. We have 2 left after this, Leander. We've got, whatever this one, I think I'm doing this one as Blacksmith. And then we got Fisher. I shall be the Fisher King. That is a tough one, and I'm still debating it. I think I would actually go ahead and give you a very dumb answer to this, but I'm going to give you the dumb answer nonetheless. The dumb answer is fiction. I'm saying this extraordinarily broadly on purpose. You know, you're probably thinking, Laura, wouldn't you want to talk about something more impacting, more serious, more real? No. I would want to talk about something that I am a bona fide expert on. Something that I can speak of with validity and strength. Something I could say, this is this and that is that, and not have people to be like, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to talk of, for example, where are my crystals? Oh, there they are. Are these crystals? Are these crystals? These are crystals. How many do you need, Bergman? It would be nice to be able to talk about how Dark Souls should have proper difficulty settings without having people jump down my throat. It'd be nice talking about New Trek, or the sequel trilogy, or the prequel trilogy, or Doctor Who, or My Little Pony, or whatever else that there is to discuss. God's sakes. Without having some idiot, or moron, or fool somewhere say, hey, I'm an idiot, a moron, and a fool. Okay, here we go. Sorry, this interface is the worst. My Little Pony has the haters, FML word. You're welcome, Doug. My Little Pony has people who are like, oh my god, and you get it. I'm not even going to say some of the stuff they say out loud, because frankly, it's the kind of thing that I would not have leave my mouth. But they say things. It'd be nice to just be able to talk about one of the 3 best shows I've ever covered in my life. In my career of 10 shows, by the way, I've covered now, at this point in my life. Horror movies I've enjoyed. No, I have not, Traxia. Horror movies I've enjoyed. Now, I hate to do this, but define a horror movie for me. Star Wars Rebels, Babylon 5, and My Little Pony. It's just lacking originality. I'm not sure I understand. Our goal is to attract a new customer base with innovative eye-crafting craftsmanship. We won't succeed by retreading the same tire ground as... Oh, what do we have here? A stranger to our fair city and an artisan, too. Hey, what's up? My name's Iola. I'm affiliated with the Fast of Forging, but I run a private forge, the Iron Bellows. There was a time when we boasted a gathering of the finest metalworkers in the trade, and then business started going downhill, and blah, 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 and he died, and now I'm only one here with 1 employee. That's me. As for our clients, we have few commissions outside of our contract, with the city guard, and that barely covers day-to-day expenses. So, I've been working on a plan. New novel wares. Okay. Well, here's the thing. You're probably wondering why neither TNG nor DS9 are in that venerated list. And the answer is simple. TNG and DS9, as with most Star Trek, peaks higher than most shows. Right? But when you ask me to rate an entire show, it's the same way I review a game. I can't just mentally eject or ignore episodes because they suck. I have to include the episodes that suck, too, right? So if you look at all of TNG and all of DS9, you can see how both shows are going to be dragged down substantially by their dreck. By contrast, the 3 shows I just mentioned have very, very few, if no, lamentations. Thus, they maintain high quality throughout. So there you go. That's why I put those 3 on the top slot. Yeah, MLP had 1. Babylon 5 had a barely 1. And Rebels arguably only really had 1 as well in Season 1. And that's it. Anyways, we're trying to trade with the Zune, but we can't. So, we can do this. Good luck. Yeah, exactly. Rebels only goes down to bland. With the one big exception, which is... It's the season finale of Season 1, and I actually complained about it in the Mini-Nation, too, if you'll remember. It was a huge misstep, in my opinion. You know, they just kind of go up against Tarkin and the Grand Inquisitor, curb stomp all of them, destroy multiple Star Destroyers through what is effectively slapstick. And it's just, what? But yeah, Rebels nailed it more often than it didn't. Anyway, so horror. Classic movies, giant monsters, slashers, or thrillers. Okay, so do I like any of those films? No, this isn't even the second longest lore one I've ever done, Cyberpunk, so... Actually, it might be the second. It might grow off to be the second. But it's definitely not the first. The WoW lore one stomps this into the ground in terms of length and breadth. And prep time. I mean, it's true, Ross. So is it difficult to raise these Amaro? Well, there are risks. When female are young, they become temperamental. They've been known to bite. So those could cause injuries. An item we could craft to prevent such things. Yes, we will do it. We've got an idea to craft something that will prevent them from being bitten. So what do you think we're going to craft? I suppose it depends on the specific apocalypse, Triaxia. God. Yeah, no, I don't think I've enjoyed any traditional horror movie. There are movies that have horrifying elements, and there are movies that are horror adjacent that I've enjoyed. But I don't think there's actually a horror film I've ever enjoyed. We've just come to collect our old tools, and we'll be on our way. The facet of forging has plenty of jobs for enterprising individuals, and I'd rather work than starve, no offense. None taken. She has heterochromia, I just noticed that. Alien is not a horror film, as weird as that may sound. Or Alien is a thriller film, in my opinion. I know that's getting into, like, sub-genres and getting a little precise, but I really do feel that the spirit of the Alien film is not that of a horror film. Saw? Actually, you know what? I take that back. Saw might actually qualify. Saw is psychological horror, but it is still horror. So that might actually work out. So, you know what? I'll give you that. I liked Saw. I didn't like the original Halloween that much, and The Thing, while I absolutely have to credit it because it's a very good film, I don't like The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing. So those two are former employees. They used to look out for me like I was their little sister, but when the business fell in hard times, they struck out on their own. I can hardly blame them. They have families to feed, and the fast of forging is paying contracts. That's why this new endeavor is so important. If it succeeds, mayhap one day I can convince them to come back to the bellows. Maybe I can buy back the ring we lost to pay our borrowed coin. Or am I being too greedy now? A ring? When our business started to falter, my father made an arrangement with the moneylender known as Walden. Poor gamble at best. Things went from bad to worse, and when we failed to meet the payments on time, Walden demanded something of value from us. My father surrendered the gift he had made for my mother, a ring she never had the chance to wear before she passed away. The ring's all I have left to remember them by, and I would dearly love to have it back. But I can't afford to worry about some namesake. I need to focus on rebuilding the Forge's finances. Anyways, so, what can help the Zune in their daily life? Nothing comes to mind? Didn't you say you hailed from the Exarch's homeland? You have things like the Zune there? No, we don't have a Amalja. The Zune are strikingly similar to the Amalja. Really? Perhaps the beastmen from the source could wear something that could prove useful. Metal Amaro sculptures. I don't actually know what to say to you, Valerian, to be completely honest. So all I will say is that this world has entirely too little joy in it. So, I am glad you have enjoyed. No, and Zedflare's gone. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, by the way, don't take this personally, but the horror thing, it's just, I don't like horror. I never have. I don't even understand liking horror. Unlike most things I could usually process, but I look at horror and I'm like, why? It's doubly confusing because so many people like horror. It's like alcohol. Like, I look at alcohol, and it's one of the most commonly drunk drinks in human history. And I'm just like... Oh my god. Did Onyxia there move? No, I'm seeing things. I'm seeing things, surely. What do we got here? Yeah, I know how this works, thank you. Metal gauntlets. Yeah, no, it's been good to cover some good stuff. I was obviously being a little bit earlier, but I was mostly doing that for show. I wasn't actually bothered by the complicade of quests in the Ishgardian Restoration. I think it actually looks better without the hood. I mean, take what I said for what it's worth, Setzler. The Thing is a brilliantly constructed film. Like, so much of it is so right in so many ways. It's probably, like, if you came to me and said, Lore, please tell me how to make a horror film, I would point you to The Thing and say, study that. Don't just watch it. Study it. Pay attention to which scenes they do where, in what order, why. Pay attention to the tempo. Pay attention to the sound design. Pay attention to the actual way they do the jump scares. The shockers, you know? No spoilers, but, you know, when he's got the paddles. That was a scene. And it wouldn't have worked if they hadn't taken the, like, 8 minutes of build-up to it, which may not sound like a lot, but it was 8 or 9 minutes of solid build-up to that scene. And then, alright, defibrillator, bam! The things I'm making. These them? No, those are my earrings. Favorite comedy movie? So I usually don't like comedy movies because they're usually not funny. And I'm sorry, but that's just how it tends to be. Most comedy movies are not designed to be funny, they're designed to make money. Now, I'm not saying that to be like, oh, it should just be done for the art, because obviously financial concerns are a thing. I am an economist at heart, after all. But the problem is, when you tend to make something, when you tend to make a movie, you tend to deliberately make a movie to make money. Which means you want as many people to watch your movie as possible, which means you need to spread out the humor. We've talked about this so many times. And the more I study and analyze, the more I think this is not a theory and this is just truth. So, it's not very funny, it's generically funny to a large number of people. More tickets, more sales, more money. So most comedy films aren't funny in my opinion. Like, I'll use a specific example because Leander just mentioned it. I didn't like Ace Ventura at all. I don't think I laughed a single time during the entire film. No judgment, of course, but it's a good example of what I tend to think of when I think of comedy movies. Now, that being said, there are plenty of movies that have made me laugh so hard that I have had trouble staying in my chair. One of them is Deadpool, to use a recent movie. Now, I was in an extraordinarily dark and terrible time in my life during that because the court proceedings were still going on at the time, but my friend Gary took me out to see Deadpool with our friends, and we were quite literally falling out of the chairs laughing. It was great. It was exactly what I needed, and we had a receptive audience, and you know I like a receptive audience. You know I like an audience who's going to laugh and gasp and shock and cheer right along with me, right? So between the movie, me and my friends, and the whole audience being into it, it was a great experience. So, that one is pretty high on my list. A word with you, if you please. Is something wrong? I wish to speak with the artisan who crafted these gauntlets. That would be Lore here. First, let me say our people are not accustomed to wearing metal armor. Our natural scales are hard to begin with, and we do not like to announce ourselves with flashy adornments. We wear only what is essential. The exception to this would be to hide jackets, a memento of those beloved Amara we would remember after their passing. In short, we have no use for bulky protective garments. They would only get in our way. Oh, I should have known not to get my hopes up. Then I tried using the gloves to handle one of my feistier beasts. She clamped her jaws on my finger, and I didn't feel a thing. Okay, she's adorable. What is more, where I expected the material to be heavy and my humans clothed me, it was almost as if I was working with my bare hands. So, and have any of you ever worn real armor? I bring this up because there's one of those recurring incorrect facts that floats through cultural consciousness about how armor is thick and bulky and heavy. No, it's not. Properly designed armor is designed to be nice, light, and mobile. You can barely tell it's there. Now, a full suit of chain, that can give some weight on you, especially if you have chain under the armor. But actual straight armor properly designed will not weigh much at all. And I just mentioned that because I've worn armor, and I remember being surprised by that when I put it on. Like I was expecting to have, ugh, and instead it was just like, oh, this is kind of nice. Huh. Anyways, you tailored the gauntlets to meet our particular needs, and we would acknowledge that effort without suitable payment. That's all I came to say. You're welcome. Yeah, functional armor needs to be functional. Go figure. Helmet there, I thought we made a mistake. He seemed pleased, didn't he? Correct, said Slayer, because modern techniques and modern metal. Oh yeah, I'm not even getting into, like, yeah, new stuff. More than that, he was delighted. I have an eye for artisans, but I didn't realize you were this talented. I mean, you've only crafted one new design. Already my business is off to a grand start. I may even be able to pay Eisman his wages this year. He's apparently happy about that. I thought he'd be upset. I feel like with you here, putting my old employees off is not the distant dream it once... Bringing my old employees back, excuse me, is not the distant dream it once was. Please stay and help. Okay, yeah, sure, I got you back. I was going to respond to something. Oh yeah, humor. Right. So I mentioned the Deadpool thing. I want to mention a couple other specific examples of films that I find funny. Not just... Oh my god! Didn't that person have a hat on earlier? I'm sure it's nothing. I'm just going to edge over here. Anyways. So, there's two other moments where I was laughing very, very hard at a film. Before I mention those two films, can anybody guess what the two films are? I also still laugh at both films. It all happened so fast. We received orders from one of those gauntlets, and Eisman has a knack for copying existing designs, so I set him loose on the new commissions. After all, he needs to work for his wages. Makes a change for work for nothing. As for you, I need another crafting miracle to pass our new client, the Mord. I actually did see Team America World Police in the theaters with my girlfriend at the time. She thought it was really funny. No, the Mord seemed intent on feeding me worms, a local delicacy or so they said. I could barely choke one down. Really? The taste must grow on you after a while. Must have eaten a couple buckets worth while I was waiting to get paid. I'm sorry, Eisman. I truly am. Well, my visit to the Mord was something of a loss, but maybe you have some insights? There are a couple of jokes I liked in Team America. That's pretty usual for me. There's usually one or two things that pull out for me, even in something I otherwise don't find funny. So anyways. So let's go with bomb incubators. Incubators for bombs? Surely you're not serious. I meant worms, which is exactly the same word as bombs. So keep their squirmy treats safe. I don't know how Mortal will react to that, but it's worth a try. Honestly, there's several films that have made me laugh. Spaceballs is a good laugh film. Emperor's New Groove is a good laugh film. But no, I didn't like Big Lebowski. I didn't like Dumb and Dumber. But Alex guessed one of them. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It was my first exposure to that type of humor, so I was a little bit unprepared for it. And I quite literally had to pause the VHS at one point because I was laughing so hard I stopped being able to pay attention to what was going on. I even could tell you the exact joke, and you're going to look at me weird, because, like, what's so funny about that? And I'll explain it to you. The exact joke that made me die laughing was, but suddenly, the animator had a fatal heart attack. The quest could continue. One of the things I talk about with regards to humor, remember, I've studied humor at this point quite a bit. I keep studying humor. But there's a specific type of humor that is very underappreciated and very, very useful, and happens to be a type of humor that I love personally, and that is timing humor. There's no actual joke involved with timing humor. You don't actually have to do something that's funny. You have to present it in a way that makes it funny. And that is exactly what that scene is. The fact that this giant monster, and it just cuts to the guy who in a bad, I don't know if you saw it was a low FPS, low frame rate, so it's just, he's sitting there sketching, and then all of a sudden, and then he falls over in the space of less than a second, then it cuts right back, and then the creature fades. And then, in a completely banal tone, the quest could continue. That's timing humor. That's how you do that kind of a thing. And honestly, Monty Python in general is a masterclass in timing humor. Is that what I think it is? Oh, dude, I'm gonna not watch that, but I'm gonna watch that later, just to remind myself. The other one, by the way, and Pillars of Snow got this, because, you know, Lore Shock. Wait, where did... Okay. Anyways, the, words, Pillars of Snow is correct. There's another one, which I am very, very fond of, and that is, Princess Bride. God, it took me a second. Couldn't even think of the name of the damn movie. Princess Bride is hard to explain how funny it is, but I think, at least partially for me, one of the reasons it's so high on the list is because of the fact that I wasn't expecting it to be funny. So I don't know how many of you remember this, but Princess Bride, one of the reasons it bombed financially was it was improperly marketed. Hey, I like the Naked Gun. Of course, I like the Nude Bomb. Go ahead, look it up. Anyways, Princess Bride was marketed as your typical fantasy action flick. Both when it came into theaters and when it was coming out on VHS. So I ended up renting it because it was a typical action flick. I was like, oh, cool, yeah, let's do it. Awesome. And I wasn't expecting it. Now, I agree. So this is one of the reasons why I say I tend to not like comedy films. Because Princess Bride is not a comedy film. It's not. It's a film that is hysterical. It's a film I could laugh at to this very day, but it's not a comedy film. The goal, the central thesis of the film is not to be jokes. You go see an Adam Sandler film, that's a comedy film, most of them. You go see Princess Bride, Airplane is a comedy film. Most of Leslie Nielsen's stuff are comedy films. But unintentional humor, things that are just amusing because of circumstance or because of characterization or because of construction or because of unexpectability. There's a lot of non sequiturs, you know, there's a lot of different types of humor they use in Princess Bride, and they just click, right? For me, obviously. Yeah, exactly. Princess Bride is a D&D game that's gone wild. There's this... Oh yeah, the actors just really, really nailed it. I've said so many times that execution helps, and humor is a huge thing for that. You gotta know how to present a joke, right? How many of you have ever heard my joke, my one... Actually, I know two, but the one blonde joke I know. Has anybody ever heard me share that joke? Anyways, this forged from metal jars. I want to talk to makers. Welcome, welcome. You've come to the right place. What do you want to discuss? I did like Men in Tights, actually. I tend to like most of, I can't remember his name's films. For earthworms, freshness is best. They fare poorly in sunlight. Death follows soon. They don't keep well. They do taste better fresh from the dirt. That's true. What is it with you and worms? I'm beginning to think you're a Mord in disguise. Mel Brooks, thank you. God, I'm stupid. I have a huge amount of respect for Mel Brooks, no joke. The man knows how to look at something, analyze it, and I mean really analyze it, and then pull humor out of it, and that's what he did. That's what he did with his approach to his parodies, and they worked very, very well because of that. It's why they're so timeless, too, because they're still funny now. Because he analyzed a genre, and he parodied a genre. Not many comedy films manage that. Now, Blazing Saddles is a weird one, because I actually don't like Blazing Saddles. With one huge exception. Oh, we got one of the people back. Nice. I'll tell you the Blazing Saddles thing in a second. I'm Kelowna. You might have heard from Ella, but I used to work here until I couldn't anymore. After all her father did for us, abandoning the forge never sat well with me, so I'm glad to have another chance to help them succeed. Exactly, Wenlock. Exactly. I 100% believe in the concept that you cannot parody something unless you love it to begin with. You have to have that innate passion for the work, passion for the concept, passion for the genre, or else you cannot parody it properly. All you'll do is end up coming up with surface-level jokes. Anyways, we're glad to have you. We've got some extra commissions, so can you work on this? Now, the reason the white earthworms are meteor has to do with how they survive and the... What is he babbling about? Oh, God. Yeah, I did actually know about that, Valerian, yeah. So, history of the world, Alex? No, if you like Blazing Saddles, your second favorite is Young Frankenstein. Young Frankenstein. Oh, damn it, Pillars of Snow. Now there's a skull involved? So, hang on. Let me explain the one thing. Do you mind if I just share this really quick? So, I'm watching Blazing Saddles. Now, my mother loved Blazing Saddles. So I'm watching it, and I'm not laughing. A lot of sex jokes, a lot of racism jokes, several fart jokes. None of those are a thing for me. So I'm just watching and just kind of being like, okay. And it wasn't clicking at all. And it's not like it's a bad film, but I didn't laugh, right? I was just generically enjoying a film. Make sense? Right up until the finale of the film, where they rush off the set and start a long, just an elongated chase through all the other sets that were active at that moment in time when they were filming the film. Just running across the studio. And that killed me. Especially because it comes out of absolutely nowhere. Which is the perfect way to do that kind of fourth wall breaking humor. Fourth wall breaking is actually, there's an art to it, a science to it. And you have to do it in one of two broad ways. You either do it in a, Deadpool, which is just fourth wall isn't even there, which is its own thing. Or you only shatter it once, but you make that one impact really matter. You have a whole film that's completely normal, and then BAM! At a certain point in time. And you really nail it. And that's exactly what they did with Blazing Saddles. Now, I should mention you can do it more than once, because Spaceballs does that. In fact, I think their Spaceballs does it a grand total of 4 times. But that's 4 times in 90 minutes, right? So... Emperor's New Groove was Deadpool. No fourth wall. They just break it constantly. My personal favorite Emperor's New Groove. Fourth wall breaking joke. Hang on, how did you get here before us? That's a good question. By all accounts, it shouldn't have lined up this way. So hope you can pay a visit. Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever, Kronk. Those jars you've designed are selling on wildfire. We're almost struggling to keep up with command. I have both Kalana and Eisman hand on commissions, though, so you can turn into bringing new business. Yeah, they also like to do setup payoff jokes in Emperor's New Groove. There's a lot of jokes that are only funny because of the fact that the setup existed like 30 or 40 minutes before. Meanwhile, the worm cuisine is bringing in a lot of new business. What? Enough about worms. Let's discuss our next client. The Ondo. They usually keep to themselves in their underwater settlements, but word from Kaluja says they're willing to trade. So we went looking for him. Mr. Trudge along that coastline for days before he chanced across a group spearfishing in the shallows. Do you know Ondo hunt with harpoons fashioned from coral? Anyway. Let's see. The neck pinch, the lightsaber, the John Hurt thing, the videotape, and the stunt double. So there's actually 5. I might be missing one. Nope, there's a 6th. There's a 6th. And there's a 7th. Damn, there's actually more than I thought. I forgot about the neck pinch one. Although the neck pinch one is debatable, but I think that qualifies. There's also Mel Brooks has a really brief throwaway line, which is why I forgot about it, where he says, "I had to run to get here. If I walked, the movie would be over." Metal flippers. The VHS tape scene is still probably my favorite scene in all of Spaceballs. To date. The switch for more money. Yeah, yogurt is the 7th. Or the 6th, I guess, in this case. When will then be now? Soon. That's the great and fascinating thing about humor. We have science for humor, we have logic, and... Oh, I don't have those materials. Oh, I have to go buy stuff. Holy crap. We have the ability to understand the literal science of humor. But humor is such a personal thing. It's such a subjective thing that there is literally no such thing as a joke everyone laughs at. You know what I mean? There's no such thing as one thing or one movie or one perspective that everyone's going to find humorous. Just, I don't know. I will also admit I tend to prefer things that are humorous rather than things that are jokes. The aforementioned movie I can't think of the name of, Princess Bride, is a good example of that. In my game reviews, I tend to refer to those as humorous tone rather than being humor directly. I need, what, 12 of these? Oh, geez, that's a little pricey. Whatever. Dump the money. Dump the money. Anything else I'm missing here? I should probably check before I move on. Nope. Oh, no, that's going to be a plot thing, and that's a thing. Okay, we're good, we're good. Anyways, why did we get up on this topic? Oh yeah, we were talking about horror movies. God, what a weird place to start from. Von Falkenstein asks, have I ever played Dendonauts? And the answer is that the XCOM spiritual successor? I think. In any case, the answer is no. Where did... Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, well in that case, I definitely have not played that now. Hang on. Have I ever played... There was another question. Grim Fandango. Oh god, I haven't played Grim Fandango since it came out. But I have played it. I remember it being well written and kind of irritating. And there were no guides at the time, so I was just kind of flundering my way through that. Damn you, beard. There we go. I should keep track of these stupid things. There we are. It'd take a miracle. Bye-bye! Oh yeah, I was going to tell you the blonde joke. I mean, they looked really good, Ross. So, there's this woman, blonde, and she's out driving. Now, it's a really bad snowstorm. There is a huge... Have you ever been out driving and you can barely see, like, more than 10 feet in front of you? And it's just like, oh my god, it's coming down like crazy. And you're just... She's driving around to this, she's starting to freak around a little bit, and she's just... Okay, she takes a moment, calms herself, pulls herself aside, and says, alright, hang on. What did Daddy used to say about this kind of situation? And she remembered the words of her father, and her father used to tell her, if you ever get lost in a snowstorm, pull over to the side and wait a minute until one of the snowplows comes by. And then you just follow the snowplow, and it'll take you back where you need to go. She's like, okay, let's get it. So she goes over, pulls aside, and waits, starts rubbing her fingers on the steering wheel, just kind of waiting, and then finally a snowplow comes by, and she's like, so, starts kind of up, gets back, and starts kind of slowly, and you know how slow snowplows are, so she's just like inching along, and then after a bit, the snowplow stops, and she's just like, okay, so she stops too. It starts going, so she starts going again, and it stops, and she's getting kind of confused at this point. And after the third time it stops, the door opens. The guy in the snowplow gets out, big old coat, pulls his hat over him, comes back and says, ma'am, what are you doing? She says, oh, I'm sorry, sir, but my father, he said that if I ever get lost in a snowstorm, I should wait for a snowplow to come by and then follow them, and that way I'll be able to get back home. And he nods. He understands immediately, like, yep, ma'am, your father was a wise man. Now, I'm almost done with Walmart, and in a second I'm going to go hit Kmart right after this, okay? Now, the reason I brought that up wasn't just to share the joke, but it is my opinion, having studied humor, that the telling of the joke matters. The joke itself is really basic. Blondes are so stupid they get lost in a parking lot. There you go. That's the joke. But in order to properly tell the joke, you need to set it up. You need to tell it properly. There needs to be execution. And this goes back to what we started talking about when I brought it up, when I was mentioning the whole thing, because that's what Brooks is extraordinarily good at. The telling of the joke, not so much the joke itself. Is this the Iron Bellows? It certainly is. Have you come to pay the balance, perchance? So you're the one responsible for those tridents. Oh no, we've angered them, insulted their ancestors, mocked the traditional choral craftsmanship. Not to worry, that's why you keep a bruiser like me around. I'm ready. I employ you to hammer iron, not our clients. Listen well, Landwalker. My people dwell beneath the waves where fire does not burn, and we have no skill with forging tools of metal. We recognize mastery when it's delivered into our very hands. Compared to our coral spears, your tridents are stronger and sharper, and show no signs of rusting in the water. They will serve us well in the hunt. Such was our joy and satisfaction that I felt compelled to cross the seas, swim the rivers, and trek over land to heap praise upon their maker. Speaking of humorous quest lines, you should give your thanks to Lore. You are the Landwalker who came in with Alphino. Since your talent with metalwork is equal to your skill in battle, once more you have our gratitude. Here's the coin. Peace. But yes, Kmart, I think it's gone out of business by this point, but it used to be an old supermarket chain. Target might not be another bad example. Vaughn's, I don't know. I change which things I use almost every time, because I change how I present the joke almost every time I tell it. I actually don't know what a Zeller's is. Hang on, what's a Zeller's? Canadian discount store department. Actually, yeah, like a Zeller's. That's exactly right. Seems to go swimmingly. Yay. It's the evil one. The heterochromia I mentioned earlier. Surrend, you sneaky bastard. How long have you been there? Laura, was it? I managed to glance at one of the tridents you traded. I was quite impressed. Your skills are on par with Ayola's father. He is a man of no small talent. Twould reflect badly on my character when I accept my former position now, only after business had taken a turn for the better. Yet I cannot pass up this opportunity to work alongside an artisan of your caliber. Listen, Harriet. I'm suggesting everyone with heterochromia is totally evil. Yeah, there's also a particular style and approach to telling a joke. There's nothing wrong with kind of laughing along with a joke, but you have to do it right, and you have to laugh at the right moments. You've seen how I tell a joke. Completely straightforward, as if I'm telling you a story instead of a joke. The whole point is that it puts you into an emotional state where you're not really ready for the impact, where it's like, bam, and then, you know, that's when that contrast helps add to the jocularity of the final joke. I know, I'm breaking it all down and making it sound all boring, but I find the study of humor fascinating, so whatever. Dimensions and planets. We talked about that earlier, Alex. Oh, speaking of which, I need to shoot Alex for ruining FF14 for me. Can someone just kill Alex really quick, please? A really good friend of mine actually has heterochromia. Is the first and only person I know who has it in real life. Ah. What? Is that a different outfit? Is that a different person? I don't know. Whatever. You know, Bragwin's over there. Everyone's just moving around today. Speaking of horror films. The Haunting of Pillars of Snow. That actually sounds about right, doesn't it? So we've managed to secure a contract with the Zune, the Mord, and the Ondo. It's just paying regular wages to Eisman and putting coin to hire them. I'm afraid the Forge's coffers are close to empty again. We need even more income. More knowledge. More money. You want us to deal with the Nummo? Okay. Favorite Draenei? Okay, so I'm gonna drop all jocularity for just a moment. I hate that story so goddamn much, I have to mentally eject it from my headcanon to continue to enjoy FF14. That's not a joke. And I'm not being facetious about that. It actually got me legitimately angry last night, and I had to take a few minutes to calm down before I could do some Zadnor. Now, there's two big reasons for that. One is the in-character reason, and one's the out-of-character reason. The in-character reason is obvious, because a lot of people sacrificed a lot of things for what is, for all intents and purposes, nothing. Their reward for years of hardship and arduous work is a doomed future. Yeah, I know, Midgar's armor, but God, that is straight up post-apocalypse, and that's unacceptable. The out-of-character reason is what gets me angry, though, because it's lazy. For the reasons it usually is. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to put effort into it. You don't have to put work into it. You didn't have to do anything that involved actually doing your goddamn job as writers. Instead, all you had to do was say, oh, don't worry, it's Type 3 time travel. Boop! Everything's cool. And the end. And frankly, I expected better of the writers of FF14. Maybe that's my fault. But, yeah. She is really excited about working with these Numao. Have I explained to her what the Numao are yet? No, I should probably clarify. Time travel that involves multiple timelines is not necessarily bad writing, but generally speaking, Type 3 time travel is bad writing. It is at absolute best lazy writing, because it involves no work. You don't have to think about anything. You don't have to do anything. All you have to say is, well, they time travel and it's another timeline, so done. The end. You don't have to write past that point. It is lazy. And it actually pisses me off, if not just because of how lazy and terrible it is, but because of how incredibly prolific it is, of all the fiction out there, of all the time travel fiction, there has to be, I'd say probably 60% of, maybe 70% of all fiction uses Type 3 time travel. That doesn't change anything, Leander. It doesn't matter if it's realistic. What matters is that it is still lazy writing. Nothing changes that. Nothing fixes that. Nothing improves that. That is just what it is, and nothing can alter that. It involves no thought, no work, no effort, done. Type 3 time travel is, here's you, but then you go into the past, so you're up here, and you've now crafted or moved to another timeline. And then you're up here, and then you're in another timeline. So you don't have to put any work or thought or effort into it because it's a new timeline. None of the rules apply. There's no paradoxes. There's no alterations. There's no nothing. It's just, boop, we're here, and it's free. Type 2 time travel I could at least tolerate, because that requires some work and effort to make work. Most don't. And then Type 1 time travel is the rarest by far, and also the hardest to actually make work properly. Go figure. By the way, the Star Trek Rewrite project will be exclusively using Type 1 time travel. As will everything I ever write, ever. Moving on. But anyway, sorry, I'm getting angry about it again, how much it pisses me off, so I'm just going to let it go. I just wanted to apologize to you, Alex, because you didn't piss me off. Square pissed me off, so screw you, Square. Puh. Moving on. So, hi. I come to trade. Your people wants the Kingdom of Vobert, and I hope to provide goods on which to spend your stash of Vobert gold. You do have gold, don't you? You darn exchange. 'Tis the new mile way to barter one thing for another, but we will not part with our golden treasures you have not we deem equal in worth to coin. Is that iron I smell? Are you workers of metal? Uh-huh. God, I hate this song. Mayhap you have something to offer us after all. Since the fall of Vobert and the scattering of its people, we have been hard-pressed to obtain new sensors. We can forge sensors. We can craft you them. We can... yes, I can make sensors. Wonderful. Right then. I should get to work. Back to the main. Okay. Whoops. I'm just going all the way back. Why did I come out here? What is this? It's true. The whole iron thing is a weirdly common thing. I'm not even sure why, to be honest with you. Like, I don't remember where that comes from. Are you an iron worker? Stab. And we'd have to be like, heal! Heal! And yeah, you've mentioned that a few times, Pillars of Snow. The Back to the Future method, which is something I've discussed in the Back to the Future 2 rumination. Anyways, favorite Draenei. Oh gosh, there's actually several Draenei I really like in Warcraft. 3 come to mind immediately. Obviously I'm going to say Archimonde, and then Kil'jaeden. Sorry. That's actually a cheat answer. It's not even an accurate one. I was going to say Yrel is actually very high tier for me. I love Yrel and her story. Velen is legitimately awesome. He doesn't get much character until Legion, and he just suddenly becomes an amazing character in Legion. I mean, WoW has always done this thing where they basically promote certain characters to main character status every expansion. And so those characters just get a ton of characterization that expansion. And Velen's was Legion. It was actually Velen, Khadgar, and Illidan were the three, and arguably Gul'dan, but those are the three big ones in Legion. And they just all of a sudden got a ton of characterization, all three of them. Illidan was turned from a good character into one of my favorite Warcraft characters. Velen was turned into a background character, from a background character into one of my favorite Draenei. And Khadgar went from being awesome to being frickin' amazing. You know, it's what they do. It's a weird approach. What? Someone pinched me with pliers. Either I'm dreaming that's a flying talking pig. Don't worry about it. I promise you're awake. I am Nimarn, and this poor kind fellow is my familiar. We Numau are bound strongly to the magics of Ilmeg, and straying is unnerving, to say the least. I hope you don't mind if I inspect the sensor by proxy. Or should I say porksy? Yes, the design is unfamiliar, but entrancing. And the metal construction should render it quite durable. Yes, those nasty pests are in for a smoky surprise. Nasty pests, are you suffering from some sort of invasion? Our home is a humid place, and it attracts swarms of gnats and the like. So many winged nuisances. In fact, the buzzing is distracting us from our meditations. But with a sensor, we can get rid of them. This is a problem we would have taken to the Voberites once upon a time. Now we have no artisans nearby to trade our shiny coins. So you're saying those gold pieces are just piling up the core to take up room? I'm sure my forge can offer you a way to get rid of that clutter. Your concern for domestic tidiness is touching. Assuming you can provide more exceptional goods, we shall be glad to feed your golden hunger. Yay! And the ring? I mean, it makes sense to me, Ross, but you know me. You know how Star Trek is. Star Trek uses all three types of time travel based on whatever that writer felt like that week. Ironically, though, Star Trek usually uses Type 2. They very rarely drift into Type 3, and I've only drifted into Type 1 like twice. Once in Broken Arrow and once in the Bell Riots episodes. Oh, I would kill for good golden fries right now. In fact, I'd kill Alex Korobianiki for golden... Oh my god! I have been visited by a specter of the future, of Assassination's future, and it has informed me I shouldn't kill Alex Korobianiki, so you get to live this time. Hey, Magister. I hate to ask you, but do you mind clarifying which of the WoW runs you want to focus on? Because we've got the old, the good, and the new. Year of Hell's actually a very unique one. Year of Hell is Type 2 with an asterisk, because of the way in which the exemption clause was being... Because the weapon was doing such a retroactive temporal alteration, and because they had the ability to remove themselves from Time's weave, they were altering the timeline in a way that affected them without it affecting them. So it's a very unique way they did it. I actually love the idea of the time shift. Terrifying weapon, but fascinating concept. The grandfather paradox can exist in Type 1 time travel. You were always your own grandfather, and always will be your own grandfather. That's all that works out to be. Consequently, Futurama does do that. He always was his own grandfather. Okay. Okay. Well, no, because there's technically no looping happening. That's the really messed up part with true Type 1 time travel. No, you want to really be messed up mentally for a second? Just look at this and it will blow your brain. No, for real though. Let's move. I actually never saw it in Berlin. Yeah, there's no multiple times through the loop. There's just the one loop. That's the whole point. So picture for just a second that you have a vase, okay? Now this vase it's a specific vase, and you take it into the past. Hang on, I gotta remember all the steps, because this is actually really specific how this worked out. This is actually from the Zelda games, believe it or not. So you have a vase. Okay, I've got it. So there's this vase, which is this ancient, venerated artifact of the Gorons, okay? So you touch it up, It's old, it's falling apart, so you touch it up so it's all nice and neat. And then what you do is you go to the past and you give it to them as a gift, and they hold on to it as a venerated artifact. This is technically Type 1 time travel, but it also has an asterisk, because this is insane to consider. The easiest way to explain this is that there's a loop going this way, and there's a loop going this way. This loop moves through once and is never done. But that vase, even though it has no perspective to speak of, is actually going through the loop infinitely, rather than the rest of it, which is just the one loop. In short, the vase is traveling like this infinitely, and technically getting older and older and older each time, but it's only technically getting older because each time it's going through, it's getting old and then is restored, and then it gets old and is restored, and so forth and so on. That is the truest essence of a paradox. You don't really want to get into that nonsense. If you can wrap your mind around that one, you've basically got time travel licked. We actually talked about that, if you remember, Ross. Now, let's just go ahead and get this out there. The most likely answer is Type 3 time travel because Hollywood is stupid. Okay, we got that out of the way. Let's throw it out the window and never go back to it. Because, in my opinion, the most likely answer is straight up Type 2 time travel. Because what was actually happening, if you were to pull yourself out of the episode for a second and watch the episode from a time-distant perspective, you could see that what happens... I did a whole visual reference, but like, here's the battle in the past where she alters time. Then she's shoved to a new future, but then they go back to the past, do something else, which creates a new future, and then they do it again, which creates a new future, and they do it again, which creates a new future. Each time, the timeline is being changed. Type 2 time travel. The thing that really messes this up is each time it gets worse and worse and worse. And obviously they were just doing that for kicks and giggles, but actually there's a degree of logic to that if you presume that the mere act of temporally altering the timeline was damaging the timeline. That each successive change was kind of having a knock-on effect. Was affecting, for lack of a better way to put it, harmony. And so each time things would just cascade, not just within the actual events of the time, but from a time-separate perspective. Where the heck are these stupid things? I have no idea what are these things. Where are these stupid things? Yeah, time travel comes up a lot, what can I say? What is this? What? I'm confused. What is this? What do you give unto me? And why? A time travel where it splits and then merges again? That is still Type 3 time travel. It's a variant on Type 3, but it is Type 3. I swear I'm making these stupid things. Yeah, the Temporal Cold War only works if it's Type 2. Okay, there we go. The official Zelda timeline. Actually, it's funny you say that. Majora's Mask is straight up Type 2 with a caveat. Oh, cool. I'll have to try it out. I'll do it with my Fisher. Because the way... I've actually talked about this. In Majora's Mask, the way it works is each time back through the loop, you are changing history. Again, you are making another version of events. And events play out as they would before, except with the changes you've put in. The big caveat to Majora's Mask is there is an entity within the Zelda setting called the Goddess of Time. She only pokes her head in a few times, and there's actually a lot of theories that the Goddess of Time is actually one of the other goddesses or someone else involved in the series. But either way, excuse me, whoever the Goddess of Time actually is... Oh, that's terrible. What she did at the end of Majora's Mask was effectively folded all of the different changes you did into a single timeline to make sure that all of the things you did to help all the people all happened in one timeline. Now, to explain that a little bit in linear terms, what happened from everyone else's perspective is there's like 5 or 6 links running around all willy-nilly doing all this stuff, all over the kingdom, all at the same time, and then all at the end, everything kind of works out. From our perspective, of course, we see it sequentially, because we did it like this. But from everyone else's perspective, they just see all the links all in one bundle. Yeah, it was essentially a dragon break. Whoops, there we go. Yes, there was a horde of links. My favorite example of Type 1 time travel? I assume you mean that I haven't written. In which case I will say, Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII gets a lot of flack for a lot of good reasons, but the main plot, the central sequence of events in FF8, are Type 1 time travel, and astonishingly well written. Someone sat down and did a lot of work and put a lot of effort into really thinking out what should happen, when and where and how. And that's what I love so much about Type 1 time travel. It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort to make it work. And they did. Anyways. FF8 gets flack for a lot of reasons, and it deserves it for a lot of reasons, but I still like FF8. I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure it was still a net positive game when we reviewed it. So I came to discuss the new equipment you left with their supply offers. Your father always provided us the highest quality armaments, but never is he satisfied with his attempts to infuse arcane resistance. We'd have been proud of this neckpiece you've crafted. We in the Guard face danger on a daily basis. I cannot overstate how much the availability of your potent talisman will benefit morale. Wanted to visit you in person and express my gratitude. Please, you're pleased, but I can only accept thanks for the idea. This is Lore who made all this stuff. Lore? A master artisan? Is there one to your surprises? I mean, you know. With all their work as a template, I mean, to keep the bellows forging goods of the highest quality forever. As such, I hope the City Guard will continue entrusting their commissions to my forge for years to come. Well, we consider it a privilege. Listen, Loner. An integral part. I feel like weeping. You've never played Oblivion? Oh, wow. That'll be an interesting experience. Least hated example of Type 3 time travel. Zelda. So, Zelda only actually let's be clear with ourselves. Zelda has Type 3 time travel once. What in God's name? And that makes absolutely perfect sense the one time they do it. The other time they do it, it makes no sense and is extremely stupid, and it's just there because they couldn't think of anything properly written because they're morons. Nevertheless, the one instance of Type 3 time travel of the two that they do in Zelda is actually... Is it seriously jiggling? Is actually really legit. Oh my god, it is jiggling. You have a jiggly hat. So to explain that, for those of you... This is a huge spoiler for Zelda in general. At the end of Ocarina of Time, Zelda uniquely sends Link back in a specific way that hadn't been done previously. All of the time travel we've been doing up to that point wasn't really much temporally, if that makes any sense. In fact, it could be very strongly argued that everything up until the end was us doing Type 1 time travel. That everything we do, we always did, and vice versa. It is when Zelda specifically sends us back with no way forward and locks us into that just kind of snaps the timeline in half. That makes perfect sense. It is a very unique moment in history, and it was done very uniquely in a way that perfectly suited the situation. With that moment, time really did irrevocably chunk into two parts. Hang on, I'm not done yet. Two parts, and that crafted the two timelines, both of which make perfect sense, are very logical, and line up neatly. Then there's the third timeline, which makes absolutely no sense what's so goddamn ever, which they put in because they were too stupid to actually think of a way to make it fit. So that's why I said earlier, it applies really well here, and it's terrible over there. But that's still probably the least bad version of Type 3 time travel I can think of. Parallels is an enjoyable episode, but that's all I can say about that. Because Parallels is one of those episodes that neat, but the more you think about it, the worse it gets. Eisman wants a word with you. Nothing gets past me in my forge. I see everything. Do I like sliders? I don't dislike sliders, so I think I'll go with that answer to that question. Yeah, King Slime Hat is perfect for the Blue Mage. I agree with that. Whoop, there we go. There we go. Oh, and to answer Cyber Exile's question, Type 3 time travel is when every time you time travel, you create a new timeline. Oh, Laura, I've been looking for you. I have a favor to ask you. Celebration preparations? Wait, what? It was supposed to be a surprise. Yola's head may be filled with figures and finances because she's got a sharp eye. Should I pop her with my hammer so she forgets what we're up to? Oh, I'd pop you with a hammer, you uncultured brood. Come on now, spit it out. Was there not something specific you wish to share? Yeah. So, we have trouble acquiring a specific item in question. He's talking about the ring she lost to that moneylender. The three of us have been working our fingers to the bone while scrimping and saving what we could so we'd have the coin to buy it back. Once we deemed our purse sufficiently hefty, we paid a visit to the nefarious usurer, a shifty fellow by the name of Walden. Even after we paid him as due, he refused to surrender the ring. Apparently we failed to account for the interest, a patently absurd amount. We're at a loss what to do next. I can go murder him for you. Am I too early? I'm too early. I don't get invited to a lot of parties with people. You seem troubled. Is there a problem? Yeah, there's an asshole which I can't go murder for some reason. Yeah, switch to Dark Knight. I got this. You paid this man a fair price, but didn't honor the trade? Demanded more. We have the Numao. Oh, God! Oh, God. So, remember, the Numao have a whole cultural built-in thing about you have to pay and receive the correct amount. Too much, too little, it's bad. Think about the Numao and usury. Lending, money lenders. Hang on, I'm going to read that one out loud. I'd love to teach him a lesson, but the only one I can think of is like to leave me covered in blood and arrested by the guard. I can do it. No violence will be necessary. I have an idea. This is your moment to shine, Lore. I'm going to supply you some superior materials. Make something for me. Yeah, okay. How do you transport the materials through the familiar? Never mind. I mean, honestly, if we just walked up to this person right there, murdered them in the face, and just stood there and waited for the guards to show up and said, this person was doing such and such deserving of death, what do you think would happen? They don't have a justice system in Crystarium. They don't have a court. They'd be like, Lena, handle this for me, please. Why'd you kill him? Because he deserved it. Oh. Okay. And yeah, none of them could do anything to stop me, so it's just like, well, about your business, sir. The materials I provided to Laura were prepared with a minor enchantment. Walden we so take with our ring, he'll be willing to offer Iola's ring in return. What, just like that? Actually, I like that Pillars of Snow. We go to Lena and say, hey, Lena, we're going to go murder this guy because he's a disgusting human being. Oh. Can I convince you not to? I mean, you can try. What are you going to do to him that's going to convince me not to kill him? Well, I could throw him down into the twinning. Okay. So soon. We came for the ring, Walden. We already paid you a fair price for its return. Let me spell it out for you again. No money, no ring. You'll get naught but curses to cough up the interest what's owed me. We don't have that kind of money, but we do have another ring you might be interested in. We don't want to trade? Trade? Do I look like a flea market to you? I only deal in cold hard coin. Oh, maybe we should inspect the quality of the goods before we make up our mind. See how it glitters? Oh, it's so pretty. Yes. Yes. Why, it's a pretty thing. I had no idea such beauty existed in this world. It's precious. I had a feeling you'd appreciate the craftsmanship. And often I get my hand a proper treasure. You got yourself a deal. Take your bleeding ring. Go on, take it. Yep, enjoy your precious. Pleasure doing business with you. Enjoy your worthless old antique. There's only one thing I care about now. Yep, enjoy that Fey gift. You will wish we killed you, buddy. The Numau are nice for Fey, but they're still Fey. Strange business, that, but at least we have the ring you wanted. Now we can celebrate without a care, although we should probably finish our preparations. Yeah, I guess. Yola, we have a gift for you. A gift? Is it flowers? A sweet treat? As if you'd want something as pointless as that. Indeed. I'd rather have a sack of coins than some smelly bouquet. Not a sack of coins, I'm afraid, but it is precious metal. That's a nice ring, actually. Are you proposing? I know I'm pretty for a smithy, but this is all too sudden. Just a damn moment. That's my father's ring. Where? How? Well, you know, we weren't able to stand by you when the Bellows needed us most, so we got back the thing you most wanted instead. Fittingly, your efforts to revive the forge were the reason we could earn enough money to buy it back in the first place. That and some Fey cursing. I don't know what I'd say except thank you. I thought myself all alone since my father died, but it seems I do have a family around me after all. Oh, I like this story arc, by the way. This is kind of neat. This is another good low-tier story, and it's probably one of the best ones so far of the mean. It's certainly been an interesting one. Speaking of which, you never did tell us what kind of enchantment you put on the ring. You all but snatched it out of my hand. Oh, it was not magical. His desire for the ring was born entirely of mundane greed. I knew the avarice wretch such as Walden would soon see the value of Lore's craft. My contribution was far less innocuous. A little curse of misfortune. Ho, 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 ho. That man's financial luck is about to take a decidedly ugly turn for the worse. Oh, you're mean! You needn't look so worried. I would never weave curses upon an upstanding trading partner such as you. Keep the balance and all will be well between us. Yep. I say again, do not deal with Fey. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep, that jerk will get what jerks deserve. Comeuppance. And possibly death. Yeah, me too, Justin. I've GM'd before when one of my players has tried to make a deal with Faye. How many times do you think it's worked out? Yeah. 0. Exactly. Oh, hang on. Looks like... Are those... Those are ponds. Why are you in a pond? Explain yourself. Ugh, I don't understand people. Sorry. Giving a plus, as is probably obvious. All that proper food has left me feeling stuffed. What, you don't like worms anymore? I feel like it sounds me using my head as an anvil. Don't remember it much after that 10th tankard. Shall I remind you then? In your inebriation, you deemed it necessary to initiate a brawl with our Zune guest. The tavern keep will be sending a bill for the destruction you caused the establishment. You might have stopped her instead of making wages on the outcome. Tell me why I rehired you people again. I suppose the answer for that is right in front of me. Still can't believe you managed to prize it from Walden's grubby hands. Couldn't have doubt Lore and Nimarn. Thank you again, Laura. You've been there every step of the way. Welcome. This has been a nice little quest arc. Now the one I'm least looking forward to. Fishing. Don't forget your payment. What, you're paying me? Some material I will dump on the auction house for free later. So, I'm just going to say really quick, I reserve the right to not do fishing. We're going to see what it actually entails. And if I decided it's unacceptable, then we're not doing fishing. We'll see. Uh-oh. No! 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 Well, at least you're partially out of the water now. Hang on. I can fix this. In a minute, when I get my mana back. There you go. Yeah, right to veto. We'll see how good, bad, or in between it is. I always reserve the right to veto, because, well, you know. Thank you, Oxymoron. Sorry about whatever the hell was going on with that. Rug. I don't know. I don't even begin to know. But I will put that towards... I gotta spell this right. There we go. Towards Modern Warfare 1. Damn it, Jeff! Frickin' Jeff, I swear to God. Alright, so. Yes, I am a fisher. So, yes, I wish to fish. Yep, Fish. Yep, that's cool. Yep, fish are cool. Surprised there is fish to be had, given the state of the world, but let's go on with this and see how this works out. Where the hell is that? That's way out there. Oh no. The evil one is about to fish with me! You know what actually wants to fish? Okay, so Dr. Winter asked a question. Dr. Winter says, someone travels back, kills their father. Can they do it if it prevents them from doing it in Type 1? So, okay, I don't actually understand your question, so let's walk through this. Let's say you go back in time and kill your own father. Now, assuming you do this before your mother is pregnant with you, then that is, by definition, Type 2 time travel. What I'm trying to say is, in Type 1 time travel, you can't do anything that didn't already happen. It's not possible, because that's not how it works. So even if you go back with intent to kill your father, in order to prevent your own birth, just because screw it, you will fail to some extent or another because you exist. Make sense? Now in Type 2, you go back, kill your father, he's dead, and now there's a world in which you never were born, which you're stuck in, because you're still there in the past. Have fun. Or you could go back to the present where you left, which is now a completely different present, because you were never born. In Type 3, you're stuck in the new timeline you have now crafted, because in this new timeline you were never born. If you try to return, if you are capable of returning, which usually you can't in Type 3 time travel, but if you're capable of returning, then you just go back to your timeline as if nothing changed or happened, because you did nothing to your timeline. So there you go, all three types. So that's where the Time Traveler's Exemption Clause comes in, Dr. Winter. You are unaffected by the time travel you do. Now, usually that's a narrative trope, but it can also be a trope in universe. For example, maybe the method you use to time travel prevents you from being affected by time travel. So you go back and kill your father and everything's cool because you did it, right? You went back and you're cool. Now, if time traveler's exemption clause is removed, nothing actually happens. As weird as that may sound. Diversify. You're saying our catches aren't good enough? I've been earning a living since you were a cub. Don't tell me how to do my job. I'd advise you giving this one a wide berth before it starts filling your head with nonsense. Wouldn't even be in charge if not for that one spell of good luck. There are dozens of better fishers suited to the position. None of them would waste their time on wild theories and myths. You'd have risked our necks in some wretched hellhole trying to catch a species well, for all we know it might not even exist. We're already providing the people of Crystarium with all the fish they need. Why change things? Listen, Fithric, the best thing you can do is stay out of our way. Why don't you go back to your books while we do real work? Exactly. In Type 2 time travel, if you do not have time travel's exemption clause, then no time travel happens because it can't, because you never did, because you were never born, so you never actually started it. So, the moment you attempt to initiate it, it never happened. It seems Merville is in no mood to hear my proposal. Maybe you'd hear. Yeah, sure. Ironically, Futurama actually played with Type 2 time travel with no time traveler's exemption clause before. It was really funny, but actually really depressing. So, shrug. Hey, Mr. Red. Anchovies or sardines? Which is one worse? Sardines. I can at least tolerate anchovies. So Tim asks a question. This has been a good time for questions. Let's see. A well-executed feature of a game that you think drained more resources than it was worth for the game as a whole. PvP in World of Warcraft. No, I should walk that back. I don't actually mean that. That's a meme answer. That's a meme answer. Let me think about that for a minute. The only thing I enjoy more than fishing is getting engrossed in a good book. Come to think of it, that's partly the reason I became representative for the fast of fishing in the first place. You see, I discovered some long-forgotten methods for increasing the average yield per fisher. I put these techniques to the test, and they were even more effective than I could have dreamed. One thing I hadn't taken into account, however, is the person with the highest number of catches is put in part to the following season. As fate would have it, that would be me. I soon found out my role to be a proverbial poisoned chalice, and the more experienced members rejected my every suggestion, no matter how minor. I can understand the desire to maintain the status quo, but I'm afraid that's actually the cause of a much larger problem facing our people. Citizens young and old throughout the Crystarium are suffering from a range of potentially serious illnesses. Most of them don't appear contagious, though that merely serves to deepen the mystery of how they contracted it to begin with. After a considerable amount of research, I came to the conclusion that poor diet is to blame. No. A lot of diseases are either things that normal diet keeps away, or symptoms of bad diet. That's been true for a huge amount of real-life history. People around here tend to eat what they want, when they want, which leads to the missing of vital nutrients contained in less appetizing dishes. In other words, these conditions can be cured by consuming the right kinds of food. For example, eating 8-eyes eels is apparently the ideal treatment for the condition known as shadow blindness. Many people lack the ability to see well in the dark, which was until recently believed to have been caused by the unrelenting glare of the flood, but it's actually been a common problem even before that. This is one of many afflictions mentioned in the ancient tomes. Most entries have a list of possible treatments, including names of certain fish. I intend to catch them and distribute them. Of course, that'll not be enough for anyone, unless the rest of the facet cooperates. If only they'd listen to me. To tell you the truth, I feel you're the only one who sees my side of the argument. Yeah, it's because I have a frickin' brain. Sorry. So anyways. I go catch fish. Somewhere. How do I get a fruit worm? Where do I get a fruit worm? Where do I get any bait whatsoever? Where's the vendor in town? You can tell I've fished. I have fishing at 90. You know what I got fishing leveled off of 100% of? Ocean fishing. I haven't actually done fishing, and I never will, consequently. I don't think I have any lures on me at all. And I need... how many of these stupid things? Just 6. Okay, that's not too bad. We'll see how this goes. Let's see. So I'm still trying to think of an answer to Tim's question. A well-executed feature that I still think was a waste of resources. No, believe it or not, it's actually just Type 2 time travel. As weird as that may sound. It is a classic paradox. The type where most of the rules get thrown out the window. But, that's it. Like, essentially, the answer to that is actually really mundane. Nothing happens. Tools, apothecary, veterinarian. What is my fishing rod? Oh, I have a 70 fishing rod. I have 90 gear and a 70 fishing rod. That's actually funny. Armor, jeweler, arms. Oh, maybe material supplier. Try material supplier over here. Nope. We'll try merchant. Well, that is a fruit worm. So there we go. It's now the only bait I have. Alright, I'm going to Lakeland. Here. You know what? Okay. I've got it. I've got it. I've got my answer. A well-executed feature that would get multiple positives, that drained more resources, whoops, than the game was actually, than was good, and actually worsened the game as an overall. The graphics of Final Fantasy XIII. Guess this is 30, that's way over here. Up here somewhere? Think about it. FF13 is a very well-constructed game graphically. It has high fidelity. It has a lot of time and resources spent on the graphics, and it actively makes the game a worse game. Whoop, too far north. It's gotta be this. This is the only thing that qualifies. Oh, it totally did. FF13... Square has, for a long period of its history, been a victim of the graphics problem that plagued most of gaming for about a decade there. Pretty much from the PS1 to the early PS4 was graphics. And yeah, a lot of games in that era were much worse because they were trying to push graphical fidelity over everything else. It actually is, Ross, yes. The streamability gap is a little smaller than that decade, but yes, that is the same time period. I suppose that's fair, Dr. Winter. It's possible they were just worse at their jobs, but I could point to cutscenes in FF13 specifically that are demonstrably and objectively worse than cutscenes that they did in previous games, like FF12, or FF10, or FF9. So, make of that what you will. So, FM Aylward did ask a question. Opinion on the subtypes of Type 2 time travel. So there's instantaneous change, which is how it should be. And then there's ripple change, which... I'm going to be honest, ripple change makes no sense to me. I'm just going to go ahead and admit that. It is completely illogical, in my mind, for there to be the very concept of a ripple change in time travel. But I guess that's my opinion on that in a nutshell. If you decided to try and sell me on such a story idea, I suppose whether or not I would be okay with it or not would depend on why you were doing the ripple change. In other words, sell me. Give me a good story reason behind having a ripple change. And if you sell me on it, then sure. And if you don't, then you don't. I have no idea, Ross. This has been a crazy expansion. It's been dragged down by some of its optional content, but it is really good stuff so far. Let's see. Questions. How would you rewrite the 86 Transformers film so the film doesn't fall apart after the first third? Make it keep being a Transformer film? The biggest problem with the Transformers 86 film is that it stops being a Transformers film after the first third is done. Really, I mean that. They just go off and do like a random side quest thing which has nothing to do with anything. And they have some weird bumbling and meandering to fill out time, and then they have a very rushed final battle. The first part of the story is a Transformer story. Keep doing that. And there you go. There's my answer. If you want more specifics, well, it'll take more time. Which we might have, given that we're fishing and this is taking forever. Yeah, gotta dare to be stupid. Jesus Christ. So, Alex asked a question a while ago. Hey, I can get around to this. So we have to do Eden raid choices from FF8, 9, and 10. Now, this is a fun one. Because the way this works out is we actually can't have Kuja, for example, in FF14. You can't have it because what we're doing is bosses based on FF8, 9, and 10 bosses, not literally being Jesus Christ, not literally being the bosses from 8, 9, and 10, right? So if I could do, by the way, bomb fishing, as in dynamite fishing, is actually a thing in WoW. It does exactly what you think it does. Yeah, I just caught a crocodile. It's not... It's worth 7 gil, aka nothing. There we go. Can I catch the other fish right now? Can I just do that? Just get that all out of the way? Is that a thing I can do? Real question. Because, like, I could prepare the mats for the other Crystalline Means quests. If so, where's the next fish? If you don't mind, and we could just get that all out of the way right up front. I'll just give you a nice view of the afterlife of WoW. Ah! I mean, it makes sense, Pillars of Snow, and that's actually exactly what I was assuming. In fact, I checked the auction house to see if I could buy any of these fish, and found nothing. But anyways, that's okay. Why am I flying? Alright. So, FF8 interpretive bosses. Interpretive bosses. Where do I get a Moyebi shrimp? Okay. I can think this out. I can kill everyone. What in the world? It's Yokai Taro. I don't even want to know what that outfit is. So I'm actually going to stick with one of my original choices, the giant mech suit thing. I think you could just straight up do that, and it'll work quite well. So that's one of my choices. The crab one, excuse me. Thank you for your hard work. I believe we have sufficient number of eight eyes eels for the time being. Favorite story with no subtlety whatsoever. Final Fantasy 14. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I was actually thinking of Galbadia Garden as one of those too. So we could play around a lot with one that's... So hang on, let's walk this back a bit. Let's answer the core question that Alex didn't ask, but should have. But then Alex has realized this at the last minute. See, the real question that should have been asked is not what bosses do we pick from FF8 in an interpretive fashion. The real question is, how do we design a story around FF8-themed bosses without making them Omegas? The course of eels we recommend to the curators. Cabinet, they can read in the dark. Yay! I was just thinking gardens. I was just thinking making the gardens. And actually having it be a thing. Now, there's a lot of directions we could say the gardens come from. We could say they're a Galbadian, wow, lore. We could say that they're a Garlemald thing, Garlean thing. We could say that they were an Alagon thing. We could say it's a Charlayan thing. I think there's plenty of positions we could go for to get across the idea of a garden. You know, if you saw the... What's the name of our garden in FF8? I'm so stupid today, I'm sorry. Yeah, Amdapor? I could see it. Balam, thank you. If you could just picture the Balam garden, it just fits weirdly well in 14 overall. It's like, it's a slightly floating school, which also happens to be a refuge section. I mean, done, right? Anyways, we need to go get oysters to help heal people. Now, we have a lot of options from existing people in the past to make them from. I was actually just thinking the Mercidians, admittedly. But I have to be completely honest. What I like the idea of doing... So, I'm going to assume something for a moment, okay? I'm going to assume that Endwalker ends the story arc that's been going since 1.0. Please don't confirm or deny that. I'm just stating that because it's relevant for what I'm about to say. With that stated, if FF14 is going to continue, then what we probably want is a new direction, a new story arc. So, one of the things I would do is I would have us go to one of the other shards. And I would have that other shard be the next expansion. Doesn't matter what it's called, and doesn't matter what the main story quest is, per se, but the idea is this other... They don't sell this. Hang on, let me look up where this... I can get this bait. Hang on. Give me a second. Where can I buy you? Where? Looking for someone named Vinarth, apparently. Tool supplier. Aha! Hey, bait. Bait. Okay. So I need some kind of thing or whatever. Moyebi. Yeah, there it is. Boop. Anything else I need to buy while I'm right here? Just to get this out of the way. I mean, the source, we only go to a minuscule area of frogs. We only go to a minuscule area on the source, too, so it's not that hard to zoom in the camera, so to speak. And I know, there's reasons for that. We can't go into Garlemald because it's conquered by Garlemald, but, you know, that's still a decision choice, and there's plenty of ways to... I don't see any frogs. Are they not available for sale yet? Am I blind? I'm probably blind. I don't see any. Desert frog. That is... Oh, there it is, way at the bottom. Okay. Whoa. That's a little bit too much. That should be enough. So, we have tools, is what I'm trying to say. We have tools to limit them. Now, I don't know what specifically, but let's just rewind here a little bit. So we go to another shard. This other shard has gardens. And it has other things, too. Like, so we mentioned a water shard, right? So the idea of there being a water shard with gardens for nomadic people and lots of archipelagos with people who live on the oceans, there's our FF8 and our FF10 references built in right off the bat, right? Hi, silly idea. Then we just need to figure out how to fit FF9 in there. And that's a little bit trickier, because FF9 isn't... Well, okay, fine. So they're not naturally... I know that, but I'll just know. But I am leapfrogging off of the idea of a water shard. So... Ooh, mist. I like that. There you go. So this shard, which has lots of archipelagos and gardens, also has the mist problem. Now, we'd have to redesign what the mist is specifically, because it literally can't be what it was in 9, but we could do some stuff with that. Well, good morning, exclamation mark. Good afternoon, question mark. Good day, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. So, maybe only one section of the planet has the mist problem. I don't know, but either way, yeah, we could make it work. We can make the mist work in FF14 settings. It would be hard. Is there another bait I need before I leave? So we've got our template for 8, 9, and 10. So now that we've got... Okay, thank you. So now that we've got our base bones ideas, now we can decide where we're going to... what bosses we're going to do there. Now let me scroll up for a little bit, because I got to find where it was. Here it is. Creamy Oyster, Kalusia. There we go. Kalusia. At 1432. 1432. This is the shrimp one. Thank you, by the way. I do appreciate looking this up for me. That's why I got it here. I was thinking the same thing, Blade Turval. Maybe kind of merge a few ideas across 8, 9, and 10, especially since we've effectively made an 8, 9, and 10 story. Maybe out here? Blitzball. Actually, honestly, I think Blitzball could work out pretty well. New limited job. Walk. What? Oh, that's weird. I mean, I think we could make Blitzball a new form of PvP, and I think we can make it work, because I've played Huttball, and it actually was pretty fun. And again, I mentioned earlier, objective-based PvP, right? So, we've got our new world, we've got our new shard, we've got Blitzball, we've got archipelagos, we've got gardens which float around. I know we're not even at the bosses yet, Alex, but give me a minute, because I like to build up. It's not weird. Razorfish. Okay, am I in the wrong spot? Yeah, let me scroll up a little bit here. Where am I going? I'm a little out of position. Whoa! I mean, if you think about it, the tank's probably the front, the DPS are the middles, and the healer is the goalie. Ooh, there's an interesting idea, Weouds. Sin... I like Weouds' idea. Sin is what's eating the mist, and so the people are encouraged to keep the mist coming because it keeps them safe from sin. But, like, maybe making the mist is difficult, or maybe it requires sacrifice, or there's something dangerous or deleterious about continuing to make the mist, but they keep putting up with it because it's better than having sin run rampant, right? And sin's just a giant chunk of ether, effectively, which is funny because that's exactly what it is in FF10, spoilers. But... so the question is someone piloting sin? Is it a suit of armor? Or is it just a primal that's roaming around doing its thing, right? And yeah, keeping the mist's drawbacks from FF9 works quite well if you think about it. I like the idea of armor, but that means we have to decide who's doing it and why. Which, obviously, is just a blank sheet of paper. We can do whatever we wanted with that. I like the idea that the mist is actually draining ether from the people. And that's why it has the effect of FF9. You know, the deleterious effects to your mind. It actually is doing that specifically because what it's doing is it's effectively, very slowly, very gradually, like, it's poisoning. It's poisoning their ether. It's smog, except even worse. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. I like that idea for Mist. That's a good idea. Listen, the Okiri are just... I also like the idea that wherever the mist is, lifespans are just naturally shorter. And not just because of the obvious reasons, but like let's have that be a part of their culture, right? Let's have that be built into the world building of them. Like they aren't very advanced technologically, but they're reasonably advanced magically. People start working and trading from an extremely young age because they're only going to live to be like 20 or 30. Most people are encouraged to not settle, either not settle, but actually the exact opposite, to really settle, to make like a communal home, so that you and your generation and the next generation after that can all have the same place to live, because you're not going to have any way to functionally make your own new home by the time you're of an age to do it. And just there's a lot of ways you can take that. And yeah, the whole litter concept we could have be a thing as a consequence of that. Ironically, probably one of the better bosses we can't use for that would be Odin. I'm sorry you're still tired, exclamation mark. I do hope, comma, if you do go see the movie, comma, that you enjoy it, period. I haven't even heard of that one before, admittedly, period. What's it about, question mark. I mean, if you think about it, the Burmesians are actually very undeveloped in FF9, relatively speaking, primarily because of the fact that they live below the mist, and they just sort of endure and don't develop. By contrast, Lindblum, which is up above the mist and focuses entirely on technological progression, is the nation-state that has developed the most, and is the one that brokered the peace, so... Kingdom Hearts, Tim. Easy answer to that one. We could have an alt Odin. We don't have to. I'm just thinking. A Lindblom Garden. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, we're at full mix and match range here, so we might as well. Yeah, I like the idea of a Lindblom Garden a lot. Just effectively a garden, but it looks like Lindblom. It's styled like that. It's got the Steamworks aesthetic to it, you know? Hey, I brought you some oysters to heal you. Oh, praise be. I did almost like I get my gnashers on. Boots, candles, even my tatty old Amaro brush. I spent goodness how long picking bristles out of my teeth, and I ate those as well. But thanks to you, I'm cured. Actually, the remedy's from an old book, so it's the author that is worthy of the gratitude. Ah, come now, don't be so modest. You're awesome. Oh, well, thank you. But we have another matter. Okay, hear me out for a second. Hear me out. So Tim asked a very important question earlier. How do we keep the scope of a whole other planet small? What if most of the planet is considered, but may or may not actually be, uninhabitable? Oh, wait. Oh, I've got an idea. Okay, hang on. So I was going to go with an idea of this other area just being so dense and mist that people could live there for long periods of time. Basically the empty. But I've got an even better idea. What if there's this giant chunk of the planet, like Asia, Eurasia-sized, which is just absolutely dense with mist, so it's environmentally difficult, and that's where Sin lives. That's where Sin functionally exists, is in that giant hellscape. And Sin, being connected to the ether, being connected to the mist so directly, can effectively tell when anyone enters it. Yeah, that's Sin's nest. Think I can't remember what they're actually called, but the frickin' worms from Dune, right? They can just tell immediately. Oh, something's over there. And they just... And Sin just beelines, right? So you can foray into the nest. You can survive there for a bit. But the longer you're there, the worse it gets, and the more likely that Sin is going to come and destroy you. Or eat you, or whatever. Key to curing the mysterious illnesses at the Bright Mirror Clan. Okay, well, let's go get that, I guess. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I mean, pixies. Thank you, Nexus of Concordia, very much, as always. And I will jot that down for Axiom Verge. You got it. Give me one moment, please. I still need to read your Dark Knight proposal. I haven't read it yet. I was trying to play catch-up, but I never got back up to it. My goodness. I think I've actually done all of these questions. I answered that one. There we go. Shai Hulud. That's it. Okay. Fruit worm. I have fruit worms. Yay! Glad I bought 99. Alright, Ilmeg. This is going to be 28.15. Thank you again. That's going to be right there. Okay. So, the Aoife tree, in your idea, was something that recycled, I think they called them creations, from the creation magic. Really, Cashel? That's just such a darn shame, and I definitely believe you. Oh well. Here? This river? Right here? Okay, I just... Got it. I believe you. Did I just... Oh, right. I should probably change my bait. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we've got Sin. We've got Archipelago people. We've got Gardens. We've got Bermesia and Lindblom. This is actually working out pretty well. I kind of like this. Shame Rax isn't here. He'd probably enjoy this discussion, too. What am I trying to get? Bright Mirror Clan. Okay. Yeah, I actually believed you completely for about 5 seconds, Casual. Because Warner Brothers is that stupid and terrible. To shut down a movie that was that well received and that sold that well. They could do that. I was gonna say, I'm not getting anything here so far. This is the exact chords, well, almost the exact chords you gave me. So if monsters in general avoid the mist, that would explain why there's so many monsters everywhere but the nest area. So monsters would be... Yeah, I'm not getting anything here. Monsters would be relatively prolific, which would add to the idea of mercenaries being a regular thing. Okay. Yeah, Warner Brothers is actually pretty messed as far as corporations go. So, like, here? Sure. What do we got? You said a ledge? The only ledge I see is this one. I can't fish from up here. See? It won't let me. You lied to me! God, I hate fishing quests. Okay. So... Huh? Okay. So hang on, let me pull up those exact chords again. That was 28:15. So hang on. Which is going to be extraordinarily close to where I just was. But let's do it. Call me a weirdo, but I like the idea more that whatever's inside of Sin is more like an AI that's still going, that shouldn't be, and has kind of developed some droid effect as a consequence of still running. But it's still limited by its programming, so it's actually more like a VI at this point. But actually, I take that back. No. Cancel that. Cancel. I hate that idea. That's just Elidibus again. Let me think about that for a minute. Yeah, Xanarkand could be the name of a city. There you go, there's Xanarkand. I mean, they already do that. We literally have Dalmasca, right? We could make it a primal, I don't like that idea. It's too simple. It doesn't mean anything. If we're going to use Sin, it needs to be significant, not just a volcano. You know what I mean? So I suppose the question that arises is, what do we want to use Sin for? What's the purpose of Sin narratively for us, the writers? It depends on who you'd ask, Ross, although I would say no. Sin is island affecting. Lavos is multi-planetary affecting, and also temporally affecting. It's a no-brainer to me. Yeah, this is pretty bad. I'm probably going to give this a gameplay negative. Sorry, continent affecting, but my point remains firm. Yeah, Sin could destroy Australia. Lavos could destroy Earth. But getting back to the point. Yeah, Lavos also is just a planetary, an interstellar parasite. Terrifying. Oh God. The assassin has returned. Please don't kill me. I've only got 2 more left to catch. 1 more. This is when you kill me, to leave me right before I succeed. I actually kind of like that barding except for the hat. It's a shame I can't turn that off, but I do like the rest of it. Yeah, I was just thinking, we're thinking a little bit too much in FF10 terms. What's something from 8 and 9 we could do with Sin? Narratively, again, narratively. Oh, that's even better. Oh, that looks legit. I like that. I like that. Get away from this waterfall. Figure out where my chocobo button is. Definitely gonna find my... Where's my chocobo button? Up... No, there it is. No, that's the chocobo saddlebag. Is it? Oh. No, wait, that was it. That was it. There we go. Oh, there we go. Perfect. I like it. What do you think? Get some light here. I am ready. So I have a random weird thought. What if we make the Terrans the next large-scale bad guys? The Terrans from 9? Make them the greater scope villains of the next several expansions. And apparently Alex just said that. Sorry, I was thinking about that while I was messing around with my menus. You don't like my antennas? It's so he could stab people. No, I like the idea of the Terrans actually being the next large-scale villains. And, this is how we tie Sin into this, Sin is either a weapon of theirs, or, and I like this idea a bit better, Sin is something they gifted to the Ancients back in the day. As a, let's call it an infiltrator superweapon. It was actually not intended to become as devastating as it was. It was just intended to get information and cause some trouble. But then, you know, everything happened, and the final days happened, and Sin was just left running for several thousand years, right? So certainly something big, but it wasn't supposed to be as big as it is. So Sin has gotten out of even their control. So, like, our first arc is, story arc is we're learning about the Terrans kind of second-hand because our primary focus is on dealing with sin, right? And thank you, Hourglass. Very much, as always. Appreciate it. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. How did it not get sundered? I mean, it's not, and in my opinion, it's not a stretch to say that certain individual things didn't get sundered. I mean, there are literally chunks of city here on the first, right? So sin happened to be one of the things that was unsundered. There you go, boom. Oh, I need to be a fisher. Right. That being said, if we wanted to show up after, we'd have to completely restructure the stories. Let me think about that for a minute. A good question, Alex. In my mind, the Terrans would be aliens, not shard people. We know other planets exist. At least 2 other people exist in the stars. The people who made Omega, and the frickin' dragons. The surgeons mentioned they might pay us a visit, shower you with praise. All I've been doing is fishing. What's up? It did the trick. Yay. So, how's your patience? Wait a minute. Is that Lob? Yes, he's benefited from your things until recently. He could barely stand without experiencing dizziness and palpitations, but it worked as you predicted. He would have recovered even quickly if he'd spent more time sleeping instead of constantly talking about the fast of fishing. I don't like to pry, but I hear there's been discontent amongst your members. Not to put up too fine a point on it, but I thought if a facet member's going to try new treatments, well, you see what I'm getting at. I'll take it from here if you don't mind. Frithric, I'm not one to mince words, and I won't be starting now. When you first started spouting off about balanced diets and nutritional value, I thought it was a load of nonsense. I'm going to say that sentence out loud one more time, just so you catch that. When you first started spouting off about balanced diets and nutritional value, I thought it was a load of nonsense. Moving on. Just saying. Just saying. But he apologizes. You're welcome. Now, we could use more of these things. I mean, yeah, we solved racism, and we solved tyranny, and now we gotta solve nutrition. I actually do like this narratively. I'm kind of with you. I'm definitely giving it a negative to gameplay, but I'm just gonna give the gameplay negative now. Let's get it out of the way. How do they do it? FSH. Yeah, it's just fishing. It's in fact fishing for a very specific thing in a very specific location with a very specific bait. So, I think my point stands. I'm not just fishing in general, I'm fishing for one thing. With no indication other than pillars of snow and their guide on what I'm fishing and where. So I disagree. I don't think I'm double dipping at all. Hi, Rugen. Hug! Run by Hug. Drive by Hug? Let's go here. But story-wise, I am actually enjoying this. Put it right here. God, we have so many story positives! Literally never thought we'd hit the hundreds, and I don't think we're gonna hit the 200s, but it's at least something that's in eyeball range, and that's just weird to think about. Are you up or down? Gotta be up. Gotta be up. Alright, so back to Sin. So maybe it arrived after as a forward scow. Oh, there you are. Oh, I have an idea. It's a stupid, awful, terrible idea, but I like it. You ready for my awful, terrible, stupid idea? What if Sin has such a either unique, dense, wrong, or combination thereof, etheric formula that Sin, without wanting or meaning to, accidentally shifts periodically between the shards, right? Now, it doesn't hit the source, because the source is different, but every now and again it just bounces between the remaining shards. Now, it's not supposed to. That's not its intent. Yeah, you probably see the general direction I'm going with this. This then helps to explain why Sin is the level of threat it is, and helps make it a bit of a mystery, too. Sin was sent to infiltrate the source, but it couldn't. And so but then it ends up on a planet. This is also why the Terrans haven't actually invaded it. Remember, we talked back during ARR and Heavensward and Stormblood how much work the writers went into making sure that Garlemald didn't just win, even though they arguably should. So as a writer, it's our job to explain why the Terrans haven't invaded yet, why they haven't been on the board, and why they haven't attacked, given that they are a hostile nature. But if the Terrans have been befuddled by this, and basically can't reach out to the source itself, thanks to everything that's happened, this could help to explain that. Exactly. Sin couldn't do it, but Midgard and Omega could. So, the Terrans have been spending the last however many years idly trying to get Sin into it. We can even make it a relatively short period of time. We don't have to make it thousands of years. We could just make it like the last few decades. They've sent Sin down, and Sid's been bouncing around between the shards. And yeah, exactly, getting very conflicting data. As it, like, imagine you're watching, like, a drone feed, and you're going over a forest, which turns into an ocean, which turns into a desert, and you're just like, what? And so the Terrans have been unraveling this mystery this whole time. Anyways. I'm a dick. Meryl, shut up and listen. They're the reason why I'm up and walking it. Don't you see? Fithric was right. Is that so? We should leave healing the sick to the professionals. They've got their duties and we've got ours. Are you fishers or not? What is with this asshole? He was never one for civilized debate. He only wants what's best for our people, at least what he thinks is best. Yeah, sure he does. He's been around long enough to remember the days when starvation was a real threat. That's why he and the rest of the old guard would not like to agree with fewer fish being caught. Well, that's stupid. That's what I'm thinking. We should make this a multi... I think the Terrans should be a multi-expansion threat. Like I said, I think they should be the next large-scale, overarching villains. Sin could just be like the first step of that, the first insight into who the Terrans are and why they've started showing up and what they're doing. I know that sounds weird to call Sin the tutorial boss for the Terrans, but I actually think that works quite well. Yeah, the Bahamut, exactly. And it would work for the same reason that Bahamut. And yeah, exactly, we had Sin. We would get hints and tidbits of the Terrans and the fact that there's something big behind Sin, that Sin came from somewhere, that Sin is doing something deliberately and with purpose. But we're not sure why or how or what. And we're just as baffled because it's bouncing through the shards as the Terrans are. So we're kind of like, We could also do a fun thing if we wanted to, where the Scions manage to stabilize Sin in one shard in order to stop it, which then gives the Terrans the knowledge and information they need to actually start gearing up for the invasion they want to do. Whoops. Where is that? Oh, it's... Sure. Ooh, yeah. Oh god, what if the Terrans want to replicate the shattering of the planet? Not while they're there, of course, but they want to re-shatter the source back out into the, I guess, 7? And that way they have all those different planets all in one spot, and they can just go out, conquer 14 planets, or 13 planets, 12 planets, I guess 13, all in one star system. It's all right there. It's all there for the taking. And they could infiltrate the source then, too, because the source will be split up. This place is more pleasant than I was expecting. I haven't even been accosted by a pixie yet. You don't think they play tricks on us? Why do all of these quests go into Ilmeg? Wait, what? Okay. You just want me to fish here? Okay. That's... seemed a little confusing. No, yeah, that's exactly the direction I was thinking, Alex. We have to end up nailing Sin to one of the shards. The shard we go to in the first expansion. And that's the final boss of the MSQ, is Sin. But then in the patch MSQ, we start following through on it. Like, okay, we dealt with Sin, now what? And we start learning a little bit more about what else is going on. Maybe we start to see other Terran devices showing up. And, you know, Urianger and Y'shtola are like, what the hell's going on here? And then Y'shtola dies, but is brought back from the dead for no good reason. You know, we go a lot of directions with that. See, there's a lot of ways to make Sin threatening. I'm trying to debate which way I like most, because I want Sin to be threatening. It's got to be a big-scale threat. But I'm trying to debate the best way to make it threatening. Because we could make it that it grew out of their control. We can make it so the Terrans are just that advanced, so even a scout for them is this horrifying threat for us. You know, that's a direction we can take that. We can make it so that Sin, all its dimensional traveling has actually been gathering up ether from each shard. So each shard has been building up the armor of Sin. So it's been getting worse and worse and worse each time it jumps. And remember, it's jumping constantly, too. And that could be one of the reasons why we're going after Sin. Because remember, Sin isn't supposed to be like... it's a scout, right? So why is it such a threat? Well, because it's literally ripping ether out of multiple shards simultaneously. That way, Sin simply existing becomes a threat. Never mind the fact that it, you know, has this massive amounts of ether, which it can just go with, make all of its attacks nice, big, gross attacks. No precision, no nothing. Just. Yeah, Yoshi P, are you watching this? I know you watch my streams. Interesting period. Well, I hope you enjoy it if you do end up going! Exclamation mark. That's a living brain. That's magnificent! Yeah, no, it's Sin has always been gravity elementaled. Think about what I've described. Its density of ether is growing each time it jumps. It naturally has gravity attacks. Think about it. Oh, that's an interesting idea, silly idea. I'd have to think about that. All guys on the plan. We'll need to get a few of the younger members to go after the rarer species in your stead. I'll give more. This also, by the way, perfectly explains why Sin Spawn. Because Sin Spawn are just chunks of that ether broken off, and are, in every way that matters, primals. But hang on. We could make them as powerful as primals, too. In other words, every Sin Spawn is at the level of strength of a full primal, something that usually it takes us to deal with. This would be a good way to establish the threat level of Sin, too. And it would be a good way to establish how dense the ether is. And yeah, at previous times when we attack Sin, we just knock off a chunk of it, and that chunk turns into a primal, and then bad stuff happens. And so that's why people just avoid Sin, and have avoided Sin, ever since it showed up. Or ever since they learned that, rather. And nutrition-rich fat reserves. Yeah, omega-12s. We know what this is, thank you. Honestly, I don't like that idea, Alex. I don't want to knock your idea down, but I really much prefer the idea that Sin is a scout that has just grown substantially beyond what it should have been by virtue of absorbing the ether of multiple shards. I feel like that works a little bit better for me. My opinion. Ah, thank you. Desert. Hey, the Desert Frog. I remember that. Listen, all I'm saying is that you're terrible and awful, Alex. That's all I'm trying to say. No, Boomerang, which is down here, and we're gonna go 1715. It's gonna be up there. Okay. I like the idea of the Terrans not being universally villains. I'm usually in favor of that concept. It makes sense to me that even amongst a faction, there's going to be people who don't think the same way, you know? So, the idea of Terrans helping us in this expansion, maybe individual Terrans, actually works quite well for me. Hang on. Yep, too far, too far. Right here? Okay. That is a long fishing line. I wouldn't have the vessels be an ally initially. I would have the vessels be an ally later. We need to earn that. We need to introduce... We need to free them. We need to pull the tyrant punch with them. You know what I mean? Whoop. That's true, silly idea. Although, that is semantic, so I need to shoot you in the face now. Okay. Yeah, we are good at punching tyrants. But I wouldn't make Garland the tyrant of the... I think what they're called. The Vessel people. I like the idea better that Garland is actually the one who helps us when we're fighting against Sin, specifically. I haven't gotten a single one of these yet. That's as close as I can get right there. 16.8 and 15. We could make Kuja our ally. God damn it, did that kill my buff? It killed my buff. Genomes, that's them. I see a bouncing thing. Way over here. Yeah, new race after we free him. You could play a genome. Although genomes are pretty similar to Makote, but... So, patience. Yeah, but having to actually fish, this is terrible! 15 negatives to gameplay, forcing me to fish. Yeah, but I mean, think about the genomes for a second. They're very normal-looking people except for the tail. So, think about how not different that is from the Makote for a second. Identical cast. That's terrifying. Pillars of snow. Actual mooch. Game? Hey! About to... Hello? I did! Exclamation mark. I put out an April Fool's video, comma. In fact, I've had an ongoing story going throughout the April Fool's videos for the last several years now, period. What am I looking for again? Amber monkfish. I don't think I've gotten a single one. I have not gotten a single amber monkfish. I did, von Falkenstein. She was carrying blue. Blue. Essentially, it's me making fun of the recent Star Wars movies, comma. Although there's more to it than that, obviously, period. What other guy? There should be no people visible in that entire sequence other than my dear sister. If there is, I didn't do something right in my editing. The one standing behind her with no face. Oh my god! Oh yeah, my voice wasn't in that. Well, okay, obviously my voice is in that when I was playing myself. But that was actually Krenzler, I think? And Random, who voiced the two sharks. I don't know, I credit them in the video. One. We have gotten one of these stupid things, but we do have identical cast. Jesus Christ. No, I didn't, Reggie. What's the STO April Fools? Oh my god. What? I can't identical cast again? Why not? Okay, whatever. Oh my god, the path. Okay, that's a good one, Reggie. That's a good one. Okay, so hang on, let's rewind for a second. So I'm actually fully on board with Alex's idea of turning Sin into its own raid. Just the whole raid is just Sin. I'm actually 100% down with that. Nice way to emphasize it, nice way to build it up. And we fight pieces of it as we go up. I mean, honestly, we kind of do that anyways in FF10, so I'm totally down. Hey, we got lucky. Really lucky. I'm okay with. That's our FF10 boss. Obviously, Kuja wouldn't be a part of this, because Kuja's helping this against this. No Seymour, obviously, because Seymour doesn't exist in this concept. I kind of like the idea of making Yunalesca a Terran. No, I have a much more horribly evil idea. So, hang on. I mean, we can still do that. Make Unalesca a Terran. Sure, done. But something even worse. Let's say one of the things the Terrans do is something similar to what Ascian Possession is, but, like, worse in every way. And Jekt is someone... It doesn't have to be named Jekt, but Jekt is someone who's helping us out through this whole time. I'd probably make it someone from FF8 or FF9, but whoever the Jekt equivalent is, they get infested, is what I'm going to call it, by this Terran thing. Oh, make it Laguna. That's horrifying. So Laguna gets infested, and he becomes the final Aeon summon boss, right? So instead of fighting Braska's final Aeon, we fight Laguna infused with this virus that the Terrans use in order to control and command others. And then functionally it would be the Braska's final Aeon fight. And 6. Jesus Christ, this is terrible. I'll be doing the Ishgardian Restoration again. Oh, people would be so pissed. They'd hate it. They'd hate it. Which, of course, makes me just love it all the more. And yeah, have Laguna be just as awesome as he usually is. I mean, we've seen that everything Laguna's been in, he's been... Even in Dissidia, Laguna was still Laguna. So, just make him Laguna. And then, you know, oh god, please. Turn into the giant thing. Rip the sword out of the chest. Oh, Laguna was legit in Dissidia. Of course, most characters were. Oh, God. Okay, hear me out. I know this is cliched as hell, but what if Unalesca is the Terran tyrant who is in favor of the assimilate other planets and conquer other planets method that they use? Because the cycle must continue. Exactly. Exactly. She is very pro, we have to keep going. We cannot allow our people to die out. We cannot allow our planet to die out. So we must keep going forward, and we must keep conquering other worlds as we find them. Uh-oh. There's a kid who's even more sick than usual. We must find a cure for this specific illness. Yeah, cystiosis. The name derives from the fact that it only affects those living in and around the crystarium, though the exact causes are unclear. The body gradually becomes less and less responsive, and can even lead to death in some cases. There's one more thing I have to tell you about the patient. It's Merville's daughter. Dun dun dun. Ooh, yeah, that's a way to tie in the sorceress thing. And we could make sorceress like a whole different type or level of ether manipulation. Maybe we'd make it a class if we really want to go crazy with it, but I wouldn't do that, personally. And then make sorceress separate, though, right? Make it its own kind of rule set and its own kind of interactions and alterations. And there was only very, very few sorceresses, and Unalesca was a sorceress. Ultimisha's a sorceress. Adel's a sorceress. I'd like it if, like, one of the sorceresses was very much not on the side of the Terran tyrants. Maybe make Adel the sorceress who is not in favor of the tyranny, but she's still a tyrant. She's just her own tyrant over there who doesn't want to go off, you know, kicking hornets' nests of other planets. And then we have our third sorceress, and she's the one who actually ends up joining with us. We cannot allow the feud to jeopardize her treatment. Yes, we must cure her. Back to the books. Hope you find something, and then make me fish something up for entirely too much time. I mean, that's true, Alex. And it's part of why I like it, too. I mean, we can make Renoa and Edea the same person. Let's not do that. We can make Renoa and Ultimecia the same person. That's even stupider. Redea. Actually, I kind of like that. Noble's rot. It only affects those who live lives of luxury. The only people I might consider wealthy are the wine-quaffing gluttons in Yulmore. Yulmore. Lub, you're a genius! Am I? Yeah, okay. Let's head to Stilltide. Okay. To Stilltide. Let's get to the point where we need to fish something. That's true about Falkenstein. We shouldn't spoil it. God, it's such a dumb theory. I like my theory, admittedly, a bit better, but, you know, whatever. Oh yeah, let's, over here. Get rid of all that nonsense. I don't know how many species are in the ocean. Not a lot, there's not much ocean left. Anyways, Noble's Rot. Talk to that elderly guy. He clearly knows about Noble's Rot. Okay. Hi, do you know about Noble's Rot? I know all about Noble's Rot. Oh, all you have to do is emphasize the k in your voice. You know how sometimes you emphasize the s? Similar concept. Well, the developer said it's not true in the interview von Falkenstein, if that's what you're talking about. He also said Squall isn't dead, while we're on the subject. That's one name for it. I like to call it Rich Bastards Comeuppance. Loads of people in Yulmore get it. They've only got themselves to blame. All day they sit there filling their faces with expensive delicacies and drinking themselves senseless. That don't do your body a lot of good, so while their bellies grow fatter, the rest of them goes weaker. Lucky for us, the Yulmorians seem to think eating Prospero eels cures it. Where do we catch these eels? It's hard to say. But you can go talk to this guy. You seem to have reached a dead end. Leave it to me. Those eels are no match for the power of friendship. I won't even pretend to know what you're talking about, but you seem confident, and that's the important thing. Glad to hear it. Fool's errands. You'll never find it. Okay. So hang on, I need the, shrimp, I think it was, for that? I gotta figure out what Bragman is. See if I can find out where Bragman is. Versatile lure, which I definitely have. So where do I buy a versatile lure? Oh, shrimp. Yay, I was right. It was shrimp. Oh, that's in the Tempest. Okay. Down we go. So, Weods was talking about the mercenaries to fight soldiers earlier, right? I think that's a pretty smooth fit for Seed. But if we wanted to be funny about it, we could actually just make it so that Seed isn't an organization, that it's actually just a term. Seeds are the people who end up fighting the monsters. And that's just kind of is how the language has developed over the years. I'm right here, just keep going, just keep going. Don't worry about me. Oh, shoot. Right here? Okay. Whoop. Yeah, like a guild, exactly. And yeah, kind of like how the Warrior of Light did it. Alright. We got this. It's definitely gonna help. Or happen, not help. I don't know why I said help. Thank you for the help. It's definitely gonna happen, is what I was trying to say. I still like Weod's overall idea. So I still like the idea of the Sin nest. We don't have to make it its nest, but we could make one giant chunk of it. Wow, that was fast. Thank you. We could still make it so that... So again, we still have to explain why most of the world isn't explorable. So we still make a huge part of it absolutely blanketed in mist. We keep that, right? And so there's still... And remember, the monsters don't like the mist, so there's plenty of monsters everywhere else, which is why there's so many seeds in every place we go to. And I'm going to just jump into this because I like the idea of each island basically being its own city-state. Because I've always liked the idea of island nations and island chains and an archipelago environmental thing, or geographic thing, rather. So, you know, there's the Lindblom Island, and there's the Alexandria Island, and there's the Galbadia Island, etc. Several of them have gardens, which is how they, you know, project and move around and stuff like that. Maybe not a Lindblom Island. Maybe Lindblom used to be an island, and they all moved onto their garden. And what's left is something else. We could go a lot of directions with that. I got your eel. It's repulsive, but more importantly, it's a fine specimen. Now let's follow the recipe. Our Sid, or the Sid shard connector? Or we could call him another Sid, in which case that's just weird. No, we call him Sidolphus. Did someone just blow me up? I feel like... Oh my god! There's a dead person over here. Ooh, they've got a hat. Let me just steal this hat here. There we go. Alright, cool. If I had the hat, I'd totally put it on right now. Wah wah. And Darth Tyrant voices him. And Sid's just like, oh, okay. Wow. Let's see, MIDI effects. Let's see what she thinks of the flavor. It probably tastes like crap. It's nutritious food. Nutritious food tastes bad, right? That's what fiction has told me. And by fiction, I mean advertising. So how was it? Delicious, but is this truly the key to overcoming my illness? Archon loaf. Ugh. Still too soon to be sure, but providing our theories are correct, your symptoms should gradually improve if you continue with treatment. I must say it's a lot more appetizing than any of the medicines I've been given until now. Get away from my daughter this instant. I am still a dumb, stupid, evil person. You can tell because of my mustache. What's wrong? Aren't these friends from your facet? They brought me a meal to help cure my cystiosis. I'll work my fingers to the bone to pay for her medicine. You think you can do better? Yes. These kinds of diseases are caused by improper diet. The dish Lauren Fethrick put together is meant to give her what she's been missing. Yeah, dude. We're trying to cure your frickin' daughter. It's based on our research at the Cabinet of Curiosity, where we found cystiosis is essentially the same as a disease known as Noble's rot. It's a condition common amongst Eomorians who use Prospero eel as a treatment. That's why we brought her some. And you're using my daughter as a test subject for your madcap theories? You're really stupid. There's nothing madcap about eating a balanced diet, and your daughter was as keen as anyone to try this new approach. Of course, Uriel isn't the only one suffering from cystiosis, and we will need a lot more Prospero eels. We were lucky to have Lore, but we can't expect him to catch them indefinitely. Yeah, I got a planet to get back to. Okay, I kind of like this. Lob and I can't do this by ourselves. We need experienced fishers like you. Aw, he's not threatening him. Aww. You did all this for her, even after everything I said. Yeah, dude. We're not dicks like you. Of course. If you'll have me, I'll help. Hurry, you'll be out of here soon. I promise. Unkeepable promises. Ding. Come on, let's return to the meet. We have lots to discuss. We do? Dad, stop fussing. I'm fine. All this time you're working to save my daughter. I had no idea. God, Stormblood fishing. Oh, Jesus. There's some truly stupid people in this setting. And also in FF14. Yeah, true enough, Raven. I'm pleased we're finally able to get through to Merville. Although if Lob hadn't been so discreet, our efforts may have seemed like a shallow attempt to use her illness to manipulate her father. He acted out of genuine desire to help her, which will continue to be the driving force behind our efforts. Merville, how's Huriel? A lot better, thanks to you. So much so she told me to stop fussing over and give you lads a hand. It's good to hear she's in high spirits. As for getting on the work on the facet, Bob has a few special assignments. Fair enough, Von Falkenstein. Everything worked. It's incredible to think how much has changed. With everyone working towards a common goal, things should go a lot more smoothly from now on. Having said that, I can't help but wondering what would have happened if you and Lob hadn't been there to guide me. I'd probably still be butting heads with Merville and the others, which hardly bears thinking about. But it's not only me you've helped, but everyone. They'll be healthier and happier as a result. Hey, Pyro. Welcome to the weekend. We in the facet of fishing will be doing our utmost to follow the fine example you set. Aw. That's what I thought. I figured there'd be a follow-up mean quest. Wow, that helmet's really dumb. But I can fix it. I can fix everything. I was thinking that today would be a wonderful day, and who should appear before me but the Warrior of Darkness himself. You've been keeping busy killing eaters and wardens. We've heard all about it and been singing your praises the whole while. Probably, Pyro. I don't think I could avoid it. I got set back a whole 5 hours today. Although you've not been content to make a difference that way alone, have you? You've been indispensable to all 5 facets from what the artisans have been telling me. Speaking for the crystalline mean, believe me when I say we cannot thank you enough, my friend. That's fine. If compliments put you off, then why don't I trouble you with a request instead? An odd but inevitable one, given it's been a century since we had the privilege of a proper night sky. It's great and grand to be sure, but some of the children aren't taken to their change well. There's a dark and strange and unfamiliar thing, and they see their worst fears hiding in deepest shadow. So I have a mind to show them they needn't fear the night. Interested? Yeah, I got your back. That's wonderful, because I haven't any inkling on how to proceed. I myself was born after the flood, so I have no idea how people used to deal with this sort of thing. Why don't you start by speaking with some of the children I mentioned? Ask them what it is that bothers them. We'll take it from there. Oh, sorry, Pyro. You're to be spared my terrible, terrible company. On the plus side, by the time we get to Patchwalker, there will absolutely be people. You know, the data center thing will absolutely be in by then. Yep, time to make night lights. Yeah. What do we got, kids? So, what do you see in the night sky? I don't know, it's pretty, but I have my room and it's scary. You hear something, it's like you don't know what it is. What if it's my little brother? Or a ghost? Hey, is there something you want to say? Not really. Do you think the night's scary? Of course it's scary, even if you close the curtains when you're indoors and never got as dark as it does now. It's hard to go to sleep not knowing what might be out there. Terrible, horrifying creatures lurk in the darkness. Aw. He's scared of all the creatures jumping out of the darkness to grab him, as creatures in the darkness are wont to do. Yeah, they want a nightlight. That makes sense. Even the heaviest curtains never quite shut out the lights. We haven't been sleeping in true darkness for a while now. At their age, it's too easy for imagination to run wild and put strange ideas in your head. Every little noise can be attributed to a slavering beast or worse. Right then. I think we know enough. Well, it's time to put the dedicated artisans of the mean together and create new products for our children's minds. It's a wonderful idea. I like it. So now we've been devoting the bulk of our resources and manpower to shoring up our defenses against sin eaters. But now that the danger posed by that menace is much reduced, I think we can afford to diversify our efforts. After all, it'll be the children who build upon our legacy in this new world of ours. Besides, I imagine the solutions we develop will serve as well to aid adults in living and working throughout the night. Yes, it's this new thing. It's called a lamp. Good captain returns. Come to the rescue from a life of monotonous toil and drudgery. Thank God for that. Precious few people are so skilled in the art of conversation as you, my friend. I don't talk. Children are afraid of the dark. The dark affords such ample opportunities for Oh, that's the problem, isn't it? On the other hand, if we can help them overcome their fears, they will delight in new opportunities to study countless nocturnal creatures. The question is how to go about it. Never mind the minutiae. I'll come up with my own unique approach soon enough. Okay. What about you? We're going to invent daylight. No! Valerian, no! How does this morning take you? Is this a social call or do you have a commission to make? I see. The creativity of child's imagination is unrivaled, and darkness makes for quite the canvas. I'm sure they thought up all kinds of terrifying creatures. That reminds me, I've got to tell Naughty to stop roaming off at night. If the children bump into it, they're going to be too terrified to relieve themselves at night. Or so terrified they do it before they make it to the facilities. But back to the project. I think we can handle this by ourselves. I know Catless asked you to help out, but after everything you've done for us, I think we can do it. I mean, really. Head to the stairs, have a cup of tea, or a pint of ale. Relax. Let someone else labor for a change. Don't work? That doesn't even compute here. Hey there, Laura. To the pleasure. Don't tell me you're getting sweet on me. Well, Catless wants us to pitch in and find a way to come for the little ones jumping at shadows. Good for her. So I don't understand. We big, strong adults like you and me have imaginations that can run wild, especially in the dark of night. No need to consult others. I'll take the lead on this. You'll see. The only thing more beautiful and impressive than yours, truly, is the masterpiece we'll forge for the children. Why am I talking to the Fisher guy about this? Hello, hello. Got business? Well, you see... Something to put them, It happens I came across something ideal for this very purpose. I'll need to cobble together this and that, though. But it'll be a largely natural solution, but I think I'm confident the children will enjoy it. Yes. Well, Matt, how is it? How wonderful it is to see you again. Come to while away the quiet hours discussing Amaro husbandry? Yes, I need you to put an Amaro in the children's rooms to make sure that they're not scared of the night. It's a joke. It's a joke. Whenever you give me that look, it's a joke. Okay. Can I just speak with everyone? Oh. I did intend for them to develop individual solutions. It's sounding like a competition more than a collaborative effort. On the other hand, if they're so motivated, who are we to deny them? It was your fault, really. If you hadn't gone and inspired them. Anyways. Wait with the kids. We'll figure out what... Come on, this is going to be ridiculous. Oh, excuse me. Never use in Corp. The hell is Blackest Night? There it is. I'm looking at Blade Travol's suggestions for Dark Knight, because I don't know the names of any of these abilities. What the hell is Dark Mind? It's apparently that ability. Yep, I'm going to get rid of the darkness. Yeah, let me... The darkness. There we go, it's really... Whoa, okay, now the sword's over here. The darkness! There we go. Oh! And thank you, Harriant. Always. Very much. I'll jot that down for Chrono Cross. Give me a minute. The worst game ever made. And I look forward to reviewing it and having everyone hate me for it. Dark Missionary. What the hell's Dark Missionary? Oh, there it is. What's Dark Missionary? Oh, that's that one. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Well, unfortunately, Blade Travel is not there, so I can't give them my comments. Alas, poor Blade Travel. I know him, Horatio. A most infinite jest of most excellent fancy. Where be your gibes now, your gambols, your songs that were wont to set the Crystarium aroar? Not one to mock your own misfortune, quite crestfallen. Anyway, so, they made a lantern. She made a lantern. Finest smiths in all of Lakeland, all of Norvrant. A little project like this is less troubles than breaking in a new pair of boots. And then... that one's from him. This light is the product of an alchemical reaction that can be sustained with minimal effort, generating a softer light that will not inconvenience the Amaro in our care. I think this one's the best. What's this one? Oh. Cute, isn't it? If it stops working, just bring it to me. I'll get it back working straight away. Meanwhile, that's what she came up with. I bet you've never seen something go amazing. This is only the beginning. If you like, I could teach you all about these rare and wondrous plants. This is the fish guy. It's seaweed, a unique variety that glows in the dark. I first discovered it when fishing off the coast of Kalusia. Okay. Curious methods notwithstanding, what matters is the children all seem delighted, don't you think? My father looked so happy when he saw the night sky. So even though deep down I was scared, I didn't want to say anything. That's not so bad. As long as we got those little lights up there and these ones down here, it's a whole new world when the sun's not out. A new world, with new things to see and new places to explore. You wouldn't have it if the night never came in the first place. No, you'd be dead. Or worse. Alright, who's setting off fireworks? What are those? They're like flowers blooming. Seriously, who's setting off the fireworks? A little surprise I cooked up for the children. With the Exarch's help. Fireworks. And a taste of home for you, I'm told. The mean was all I had after I lost my own child and my husband. All the love I would have given them I poured into my work for the Crystarium instead, hoping to fill the hole in my heart. Or at least, help me pretend it wasn't there. Whether it was right or wise, I don't know. Seeing the little ones' faces light up in the dark, I can say I don't regret it. Those two would have enjoyed this, I reckon. But they want us to enjoy it too, as would all our other loved ones. Remember, the best way to honor the dead is to live. Oh god, no kidding, Blade Javal. And I think that's it. I think that's all the main quests. And I am correct. Listen, Magistrate, necromancy is always the answer. The dead must serve the living, one way or the other. Right, what is next on the docket? We've actually got a couple hours left. Not enough to do what I want to do. No more questions, no more questions. I think it's time. So if I was to ask you right now, off the top of your head, what's the worst, role quest in Shadow? What would you answer? RDPS? That. I remember healing the least because we actually did that while I was leveling my Astrologian. It's been a minute. Well, physical DPS. Yeah, that one. So if you'll forgive me, I'm going to read this a little bit at my pace. A little bit. I guess I'm kind of doing that in general. I suppose that's nothing new. I should probably take a water break, too. So yes, this is technically a while ago in the story. Hi, I'm a dick. Or, I mean, plain from the way you carry yourself, you're just the sort of man I've been looking for. You're perfect! My name's Lyrique. I'm a bounty hunter. And I'm looking for sin eaters. Big sin eaters. Cardinal virtues. Yep. I need formidable allies. And that's you. Walk away without a word. Are you interested? I should challenge... I know, and should the challenge alone be insufficient, I have substantial financial resources at my disposal. However, as much as I'm certain you're the right man, it's only meet that I put your skills to the test, so let's go do that. Sorry, I can't sound that pathetic, Reggie. Alright, so I'm gonna warp, and I'm going to take a very quick break to go grab a fresh water and wash my face. So I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Laura was never hurt again. That would be funny, wouldn't it? I just walk away. Stream's still going. Just, you know. What is my opinion of Formula One racing in Las Vegas? No. Apropos of Darth Tyrann will be another venture into the Goblin world. Actually, no, we're out of Goblin modules. We literally ran through it all. A game has been successfully funded for review. None of your viewers care enough to watch it other than those that funded it. And some days you have 0 viewers. Do you continue streaming it? That's an extraordinarily unlikely situation. Nevertheless, the answer to that question is yes, I would keep streaming it. It is my job. And I would still talk. I would just be essentially talking out loud and talking to myself. Oh my god, are you joking, von Falkenstein? That sounds like a terrible idea. Like, I get why they're doing it, but it still sounds like a terrible idea. My lord, got your package here. Yeah, talking to the VOD, exactly. I have done that before, just not very commonly. If you've ever seen my Then and Now of Zelda 2, for example, I was just talking to myself alone in, you know, the recording room. This is the bait in question. Easier to have it delivered than take the detour and pick it up myself. Rather more efficient. Time is money. Now then, place it in the open, because I'm a rich Pratt. Okay. A Chris Pratt? No, a rich Pratt. What's the difference? Yeah, when we get to Luffy 2, I will have 2 viewers. Savicom. Actually, no, she'll be busy, and Ross, who will be sometimes busy. So I will occasionally have 2 viewers. Nabrialis. Oh, jeez. Absolutely. Whether it requires always being on or always being off, I am 100% in favor of getting rid of daylight savings time. The shift is the part that matters to me. I have no preference on which side we land. I hope so too, Kata Snow, but then again, I suppose I hope that for all games, so that's whatever. I'm pretty sure there'll be people there for the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon run. I mean, Spa is actually one of my favorite tracks. I admit I have a personal fondness for Spa. So, you know. Anyways, so I'm probably going to answer some questions as we go through these quests, because I actually remember this quest now that I see him. Oh, hey, it's Pillars of Snow. The Terrifying Assassin. I should have warped over there. So, Tyrant had a question. He's had a question in the queue for literally, like, 6 days, and I keep not seeing him to answer it. One of these days, I'll actually talk to him about that. Let's see. Baron's not here. Gumgum's not here. Rax actually answered Rax's question. Giga Pudding's not here. Cashel's not here. Reggie! Reggie says, do you think the success of FF14 has created a vacuum of players in other games, not just MMOs? What do you mean? That's a lot of food. Yeah, the Sylvanas book is out. Don't ask, I'm not going to read it. This is good stuff. Another helping? No? Alright. Would you please stop throwing money at things that are essentially a waste? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. It's either... Are you saying that is FF14 causing people to not play other games? So, the answer is yes, but the real answer is no. I absolutely guarantee that there are people who are playing FF14 and, as a consequence, not playing other MMOs. Hey, remember her? She was the evil one back when we were counting. She was like the most evil one. She was like actively malevolent. It was ridiculous. Anyways. But the thing is, I don't think that's a sufficient number of players to really matter. I don't think if you zoom the camera out, it's a significant portion. Hang on, I'll talk about that more in a second, because I'm losing my train of thought. He wants me to hunt Andrea. I hope I live to regret this. So begins our formal partnership. Everything's cool, everything's awesome. She can behave in strange ways. We must go level a bit, and I'll come back and I'll do this. So, was the reward lacking? Don't worry, I'll give you more money later. No, you had to spend it on all that food earlier, right? I know for a fact that there are people who have fallen out of games or never played certain games because of another game. I will give you a specific example. So right now, our 3-player game, which is me, Gary, and Pax, is Neverwinter Nights. You know, the game that came out in like 2002. The thing is, you might wonder, wait, Lore, why? That's such an old game. Well, Gary's never played all the way through it. I have. Several times, obviously. I've even done a stream on it. But Gary never did because he started playing it, and then he went back to WoW. And between Gary, Pax, and myself, there's actually a fairly large list of games that we started and then put down because we were playing WoW. So I absolutely guarantee that there are people who are playing FF14 instead of other games. Either they're buying the game and it's sitting on the shelf, or they're starting the game and not getting around to it. But again, statistically speaking, I sincerely doubt that's a large enough portion to really affect anything in the market other than at the microscopic level. My opinion. How many role quests are there? Does anyone remember? I don't know. God, his collar looks terrible. Wait, you actually came? Yeah. I mean, never mind. You were to hunt Andrea. Yes! Why else would you be? What you don't, one of my hirelings should be returning with information any moment now. Greetings, my lord. I'm pleased to report Andrea was recently sighted in Amarang, in the vicinity of the Backbone. Apparently there's a right vicious spider that was giving folks trouble, and now that it's been turned, it's about a dozen times worse. Very well. Payment as promised. Why bother going about and pestering small folk for news when you can employ others to do it for you? Please stop telling me how terrible you are with money. It's actually bothering me a little bit. I hate wastefulness in general. Rich prats kind of piss me off. Which is why I'm, you know, just ugging my way through this. Alright, so Terran, Baron, Cashel. Was Cashel here? No. Giga, Cashel again. There's the ideas for Dark Knight, which... Oh yeah, I didn't actually finish giving you my thoughts, did I? I really like the idea of building an entire tank around shields. Around a mechanic where you build up shields which have a base function, aka being a barrier that prevents you from taking dungeons, but also being able to spend those shields and have buffs built off those shields. Good night, Vigilant. Have a good one. Like certain buffs working better because you have shields up, or being able to improve the shields when you have a shield up, or spending a shield to make an effect. That sounds awesome to me. I love that concept. I don't think it's very Dark Knight-y, if I'm being honest, but as I think I made clear yesterday, I really feel like they're screwed on Dark Knights, and they can't actually do what Dark Knights should do. So, I'm with it. It would also make Dark Knights have their own thing. It would make Dark Knights have their own identity, separate from the other tanks, and that's awesome. You want me to track it down? Are you going to pay me for it? Let's see. Disco isn't here. Whoop. That's true. It is a bit of a temporary HP thing, which is kind of Dark Knight-y. And we can make it look cool. We can make it look like shadowy shields or whatever, and have like a shadow bar going on for the actual the class bar. I think it could work. Don't mistake me. I just think it needs a little bit of workshopping, but I'm with it. If I was in charge, if I was the executive producer, you'd be having a thumbs up from me. Oh no! All right, thought I was playing a bard for a second. I don't know why. You know what? Go away. I should kill you. I wouldn't call that a spider-like sin eater, but what the hell do I know? Alright, so delete. Unfortunately, Alex, I kind of didn't answer your question on raid choices. Instead, I went off on like an hour-long discussion of how to combine FF8, 9, and 10 into the next FF14 expansion. I hope that's sufficient answer to you. That could work, Pyro. Oh no, it's the evil one. Listen, no credit to Reggie. Reggie's terrible. The only reason I'm not taking notes about the FF8, 9, and 10 idea for 14 is because I already have so many other game ideas and rewrite ideas I've got bouncing around my head. And I don't want to crowd it with something that's never going to happen, even in a fan instruction format. So apparently they want to kill this thing for the money, because that makes sense. These were the Warriors of Light, since consumed by Sin Eaters and now walking around in full Sin Eater format. This is before she joined the party, put simply. She's on to us. Don't panic, we planned. We act as decoys. Let's go. But there's no need to rush this. So headstrong. Well, that's about how most of my groups go. I like it just moves on, like, yep, that was easy. But she's all pissed because she didn't get killed. Which tracks. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I won't let it end like this. I'll kill that beast if it's the last thing I do. Well, that's about how that is. I never answered Mr. Red's question, but I think he's gone now. What was that? I've got headaches before, but you were thrashing about. That was weird. No, I missed it, other than the fact that they're probably extremely stupid, Alex. I'm just guessing because they're against removing DST. So, they're stupid. Yeah, I saw that, but I don't know anything about them other than the fact that they're stupid. Right. Let's see. Oh, hey, FM Aylward has a question. I don't know if FM Aylward's there, though. Oh, an old question I may have missed. Do you like the proposed Season 5 Enterprise refit, which added a TOS-style engineering hull underneath it? I like the direction of it, but I would be lying if I said I liked it personally, because, well, I think the original Enterprise looks stupid. I always have, ever since I first saw it. However, I do like continuity. And one of the things that Manny Coda was really trying to do in both Season 4 and in the proposed Season 5 was really tie up the continuity. So in that favor, yeah, I'm with it. Please. Wow, he's just chewing down. Do I have to... There's no skipping this. Alright, we need to kill Ross, because Ross is silly. Not stupid, just silly. There we go. I've yet to ask your name. Silly idea is Rossi. And Rossi is silly idea. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. I know, FM Aylward. The thing is, I will talk about this when we're going through the ruminations. You have a lot of money. What about budget for a brave endeavor? Don't be. I am prepared to fund our activities as needed. No expense spared. Right. Doesn't that mean there's 6 quests? 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Anyone for Delabrum? Can you wait a few minutes, 0? No, I shouldn't. I should keep doing my job. No, go without me. Go without me. Go without me. Go do Delabrum with, like, this, Valerian or whatever. No, I can't justify smashing through Boja right now when I'm in the middle of this. And frankly, it's better to just get the quests over with and done. The quest sections are always the most boring parts of any expansion. I don't think that's changing this time around. Although it's much shorter this time around than it was for every previous expansion. Thank you, Shadow, for finally working that out. I do like the idea of Pyro. I will probably not steal it, but maybe I will, because one of the problems I have, and I imagine a lot of people have this, is I know so much about so many different game designs that sometimes I steal stuff without realizing it or meaning to. And it's always just a weird feeling to have an idea and start implementing it, and then someone's like, oh, that looks like such and such, and you're like, you're right, it is like such and such. Damn. Yeah, no, okay. I did not know that's his thing, Magister. So, allow me to give a bit of personal advice to anybody who wanted to get in Boja. Do it in a group. Do not go into Boja solo. Don't go into Boja with 2 people. Don't go into Boja with 3 people. 4 is probably the smallest group to really make Boja worth a damn. And 8 is ideal. Don't do what Zira did. Zira spent 2 hours in a raid for doing what Zira did. Hate to say it, Laura, but it seems we were late to the party. These people killed it before us. Oh, you cast in your lot with the boy, you poor daft sod. I don't understand. The Eater's a newborn. How could you have learned of it and gotten here before we did? Well, that's the problem with relying on hired help. They're loyal to your coin, not you. And you're not the only one willing to open his coin purse. More importantly, what's this I hear about you hunting Andrea? With help, I mean, rather than by all your lonesome. I have a distinct memory of you storming off in a huff, saying you didn't need me or anyone else to finish the job. But narf, narf, narf. Do as you like. I'm out. How much did it cost you to buy his friendship? Do tell. He, he. Ha, ha, ha. You need to choose your friends more carefully, Sinner. When it all goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. Yeah, I essentially refused to do Boja without a group. So... I also refused to do Zadnor without a group. Even though I need to for this run. I'm still not doing it without a group. It's not happening. I answered that question. Yep. So, now we meet his dad. Allow me to introduce father and mother. Well, this is my traveling companion and friend, Lore. He and I have resolved to hunt a particularly deadly sin eater. I cannot overstate how dangerous it is, that to pursue it is to court death itself. But when we triumph over the fiend, all of Norvrent will sing our praises. Would that be wonderful, father? So long as you do not sully my good name, you are free to hunt whatever you want. I cannot care. I can do without the... Bleh! Your English is terrible, sir. I can do without all the petty details. Now then, how much do you require this time? Out with it. Oh, never mind. Just give the boy my coin purse, will you? I'm sure this will suffice for his trivial pursuits. That's why you're here, right? Another handout? Don't play coy. You've never been good at it. You know, I don't even know why I came here. Keep your coin. We're leaving now. Yep. So, I forget when it was, but a while ago, I mentioned that we'd see an even worse father. Well... we were talking about Gaius. That's when we were talking about it. I would say, in pure visual aesthetics, I prefer the Constitution refit. However, I actually do rather like the Galaxy. The luxury condo in space is appealing for me to, you know, live in. I don't want to live in the NX-01. The NX-01 is a submarine. You ever been on a submarine? Ah, forgive me, I would forgo a wine on this occasion. Father's lackluster reception has put me in dour spirits. As you may have gathered, I am a free citizen of Yulmore. Owing to my parents' considerable wealth, I have enjoyed a relatively privileged upbringing. Privileged and unbearably boring, which is why I quit the city and resolved to become a bounty hunter. I am no fool, though. I'm aware of my fortunate circumstance, which is why I look to conceal them from the people of Crystarium. That's why I've been spending money left and right, as if it was water. I feel as though you and I have established a rapport, so I thought to bring you into my confidence. Don't tell the others. Now, we need to have a veritable army of hired hands. Alas, in a fit of frustration, I refused his coin. Without additional resources, we have no choice but to conduct the search ourselves. Moreover, I'm rather embarrassed to admit I can only pay you a token sum, but maybe you'll join me? Yeah, dude, I was never in this for the frickin' money. Here's 3 million gil. Let's go. Think how much you hear. Don't exist. Ever since we parted ways, I've been exhausted myself running all over Crystarium, questioning anyone and everyone. Alas. Only the Crystarium. I mean, it's better than his dad. His mother, you'll notice, didn't even say a word. Of course, surely this is the limit of what man with meager financial resources can accomplish. Never mind all that. It recently dawned on me the vision you beheld of Rendere's past could hold clues. It reminded me of a story from a boy. There was a hunter. He killed her. It was a perfect match for the tale. So, she's the hunter I venerated as a child, and then she became a warrior of light, and that's all cool, and everything's cool. Okay. I would not want the Defiant. Oh my god. Doesn't even have a holodeck. Or any luxury whatsoever. Although it's better than Jem'Hadar ships, which literally don't even have chairs. You can do it, Zira. I believe in you. I actually don't believe in you. You're screwed. Sorry. Have you seen the Terran Excelsior, which just came out like a month ago in STO? That's a nice looking Excelsior. This is Miss Olvara, a wet nurse who raised me for most of my childhood. So, she was bonded, but then they fired her, so she was forced to leave, and we came to visit her, and we came to ask you a question. The stories of Rendere. All the reasons you could have. There were stories, the greatest bounty hunter of her day, the legend inspired. Less so after the flood. It was fresh in everyone's mind when I was younger. For all the good they'd done in life, none could deny the chaos they sowed in death, as Scene-Eaters. But, despite that, we looked up to her. Everything was cool. I only wish they'd changed their name. Didn't have to change their name. So it's true. So they changed the names of the stories of the Warriors of Light so they could keep passing on the stories, and people wouldn't hate them for it. Anyways, we're hunting this beast. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So, she's really good at tracking. And her aim is really good. And she liked money. That's a weird combo of circumstances, but thanks for telling me. Yep, They went after the Mega Death, but the Mega Death killed them. They were mega dead. After burying the hunters and vowing she would avenge them, she took off to fight the Mega Death. But then, she met the others. Hey, who's that weird elf on the right there? I don't recognize her. Then she engaged in adventure. It was a golden opportunity, but she would not face the beast alone. She would wait for Arbit and the others. Perhaps it was just as well, for the memory of her defeat still haunted her. The courageous hunter had a single fear, the fear of losing her new companions as she had her old. Aww. So went off by herself to kill her hated foe, and did just that. Vengeance claimed, she rejoined the others and never spoke of her terrible battle. Yep, all Elizon looked the same, just like all Mikote. Mikote female, specifically. the Raktika Greatwood. Obviously. I just saw it in the flashback you were just telling. Oh, listen, Rick, there's an awful lot of people who don't know about this, or the world. So, wherever you go and whatever you see, don't take it at face value. Okay. Laura, was it? It's a pleasure to meet a friend of Reek's. His parents never hesitated to provide him with all the wealth and opportunities they could, but when it came to love and support, all I can say is it's a miracle the boy turned out as well as he did. One can never have too many friends or too much support. That goes for you as well, I think. Yeah, thanks. He's, I don't want to call him terrible, because he's not. He's really not actually all that bad. His parents are terrible. Six people. That's sad that you only get 6 people on a Friday evening. And that's why I'm going to walk into there with a prefab. Yeah, he's a twit, but you know what? I can work past that. We can work with that. We can make this happen. I'm actually liking this more than I thought it would, even though I'm reading at my range. Yeah, there have been a lot of FF heroes who are twits. Titus! Excuse me. There she is. Dun dun dun. Wish you're all with me, but it's better that you're not. We have our score to settle, you bloody bastard. This time I'm ready for your tricks. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, really? Well, okay then. Let's see what we've got. Let's see. Dot. Big hit, heal, and interrupt. Sure. Guardian, maybe? I don't remember what the Excelsior ship is called. Yeah, sorry, I was literally, like, looking at the list of ships for, STO. I saw it in-game last night, actually. I have no idea what the name of the ship is. It's, you know, obvious. And, of course, they don't have pictures, because why would they? It's the Excelsior, but cooler. That's what it looks like. That thing has way too much health. Good lord. I've almost got him to half health. Well, that hurt. Hey, Ardbert. Where the hell did you come from? Hi, Brendan. One person we're not really going to be talking about during these sequences. Lamet. Albert. And who's this person? Silva something? Looks like she's a paladin. Huh. Weird. Nilebert, that would be the black mage. Yeah, I know, right? It's a white mage, a black mage, a bard, a warrior, a paladin, and a paladin. I just had to verify there, but yeah, no, that's just weird party makeup, but you do you. I ain't here to judge. Oh, this is gonna bother me now. Very little to actually do right now. Let's just fire up Star Trek Online really quick. Coming. Sorry, I was AFK. What? Ardbert, Brandon, and Silva. I don't know who this Silva person is, though. I don't think she's important. Probably some new character they just added. All I know is Silva wasn't in the Heavensward stuff we already saw. Hi, Sean. What? I don't understand what happened there. Is this it? Okay, so apparently it's actually not Terran, my bad. It's the Legendary Miracle Worker Heavy Cruiser Tier 6. The Repulse variety, specifically, is the one I really like. You can also just get it to look like the Excelsior, or the Excelsior Retrofit, which is the Enterprise B, or the Resolute, which I don't like at all, or the Repulse, which looks really cool. I like the Repulse a lot. That's the specific ship. Of course, I had to hop into the game to look at it, but yep, there it is. It's also a really nice ship, my god. When activating any captain or engineering ability, you gain 10% max hit points for 15 seconds, and plus 10 all damage resistance rating for 15 seconds. Stacks up to 3 times. Jesus. That's ridiculous. Anyways, exiting out of STO. Which one is this one? 76. Oh my god. I'm gonna do this again. Okay. Please give me something to talk about during this extraordinarily boring fight that I'm now doing for a second time. don't remember what the current bundle is. I don't buy bundles. They're like $100. Not that made of money, and I don't care that much. That being said, I know Pax bought the Terran Defiant recently, which is apparently a death machine. Because people are stupid and WoW's storytelling is bad. Both reasons. They're both related. Yeah, I think it's the Adamant. What is this, Mystic Quest? Let's see. So how did he do this? Oh, looks like he hasn't actually set it up yet. I think I did, Von Falkenstein, and I'm not sure if it applies either. I've actually got a tier 6 token just lying around. I haven't burnt on anything yet. So, what I'm doing right now is I'm leveling my Klingon with the current event. Oh, nice, Magister. And that's to be able to access Klingon ships on my other side with my main, which is kind of the goal. And it's doing the event anyways. We get event progress, so why not? The ship I am most tempted by right now for my main is actually the Borg Dreadnought. Because I looked into what that thing can do, and it's absolutely stupid. I don't know what the current meta is, but that Borg Dreadnought is silly. It might be better than it, but Jesus. Sorry, yeah, sorry, I'm actually using the wrong term. It's not a Dreadnought, it's a Juggernaut. It is a Borg Juggernaut, is the name of the frickin' ship. And it's... Yeah, you can always tell which way is forward on the thing, too. That's a little bonus thing there. You remember the episode Descent from Season 6 and Season 7? Because that's what it is. It's the ship that the Renegade Board used. The ones under lore. And I swear that's not why I want it. It's actually a really ugly ship. But, God, its stats are stupid! Yeah, there it is. Liberated Borg Command Dreadnought. Tier 6, of course. It's got a tier 5 thing, which makes it so that when you use... Whoops, hello. I didn't interrupt. When you use a bridge or captain heal on yourself, you enable a regenerative nanites thing, which heals you for 25 to 125% of your current heal regenerated per minute. It's a stupid hull heal. It's also got the disruptive topological matrix console, which... Hang on. Try not to die again on this stupid fight. No. Oh, they didn't die. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. How did they not die this time? I don't even get it. Nah, okay, whatever. I'm not gonna argue it. Increases plasma damage, increases whole regen, and has a big-ass plasma nuke, which also has a chance to disable all subsystems on the target for 5 seconds, and gives you a haste buff for doing it. What the hell, Alex? Is that just straight-up RNG? Or is that just a bug? I mean, oh my god. Whatever, it's dead. We don't have to do this crap again. That's also ignoring the fact that it has 3 inspiration abilities for being a special ship. No, I can get this with the tier 6 token. I've already checked. The only downside of that ship is I'm going to have to switch from Polaron, which is what my current stuff is, over to Plasma to really make it work properly. That's why I haven't made the shift yet, because I'm going to have to get more Mega Mark 15 Ultra Deaths, and those are expensive. I already have Mega Ultra Death Mark 15 Polaron blasters. And, yeah. Cannons, rather. Dual cannons, I think? I don't know. Anyways, why'd you go off and be an idiot? Well, you see. That's, I mean, it's faster than last time, Zero. So, here's her big, terrible story. We did all this stuff, and I did all these things. I survived, but I swore vengeance, and I didn't want you to die with me. Easier to live in the moment, you know? Next job, next town. Started to have second thoughts. I'd lost the closest to me before. I didn't want to live through that again. Are we not comrades? Through thick and thin? Yeah, listen to me. These bonds of fellowship must come before all else, otherwise we may as well not exist. You say the thought of losing us pained you? What of our feelings? What of our loss? What if we hadn't arrived when we did? You saved more lives than our lives more times than I can count. How dare you refuse to let us do the same? And without these keen ears of yours, I never know what bollocks Brandon and Albert are whispering behind my back. And ignorance is not bliss, let me tell you. Wow, she is tall. Silva is tall. This one's worth a fortune, huh? And fame. And which we don't have to pay for drinks when we get back to town. Not another night to remember. Don't you worry your pretty head over our fearless leader's questionable constitution. Take pride in the victory, until Ardbert's drunken snoring wakes them from their slumber. On that note, let's get out of here. Next time you decide to hunt a deadly game, will you do us the courtesy of extending an invitation? Fine, but if you go and die on me, I'll pay a necromancer to raise you from the dead so I can kill you out of spite. Don't think that's how that works, but agreed. That is a good question, Alex. Oh, hey, there's a strange gem. I wonder what this could be. Such fine crystals. Yes, of course, Silva. Tell them how to hold on to the crystal. It is a good thing to do. What? What? What's wrong with you? The second time your so-called gift has cost us a chance at slaying her. You know what? I've had enough. I'm sorry, what? Enough, I say. I don't need your help. I'm perfectly capable of hunting the Sea Eater on my own. You're gonna die if you do that. On our return to Gate Town, you'll be given your final payment and we'll be free to go our separate ways. Okay. Idiot. I mean, I don't really want it per se, but it looks like it's a really good ship. I thought about just looking up what the current meta's at, but I was finding a very small amount of info on that. Like, the usual Reddit threads I used to posit are old and way out of date. So I don't know what the current meta is. I mean, the ship I'm running right now, just to level it primarily. Okay. Is the Jarrock. Not that I'm aware of, Harian. Besides, I already know all the spoilers. I've been paying attention to the story for Discovery and Prodigy and Lower Decks and Picard and Strange New Worlds. What is... Oh, is this the dual thing? Hang on. Interesting. Photonic Cascade Torpedo. There it is. That's ridiculous. My god. Yep, time to have the mandatory third act breakup. You're such a disappointment. I don't know why I ever had any faith in you. Consider this formal dissolution of our partnership. Let none again speak the names Reek and Laura in the same breath. Never again. With that, I bid you good day. When he was little, Reek's parents punished him for withholding his allowance. Without money to lavish on his friends, he found that many were drawn to him only by his wealth. I dare say he feared you would abandon him, and he decided to push you away first. I'm not making excuses, I'm just explaining how stupid he is. I'm sure a talented man like you need all of them, so thank you for having a moment. He's not doing well. Could you help him out? Okay. Yeah, admittedly, my quote-unquote main setup is rather stark and simple. I have extremely high-tier mega cannons. I have the Jem'Hadar carrier, and I shoot whatever's in my face in its face. I have a bunch of other... pretty much my entire console setup in everything other than security is a whole bunch of special and unique consoles from other ships that I've garnered over the years. And then all of my security, tactical consoles are all do more damage with Polaron damage. So if I look at something, it dies. Just... What's funny is I really had to work at it in order to get Polaron, because nobody does Polaron. Like, there's no, like, I just mentioned, you know, the Borg thing is plasma. Everything's always plasma or anti-proton or phaser. And it's like, I just wanted it to look cool, okay? Oh, wow. So apparently, Landbird has been turned into a Sin Eater for going after Andrea, essentially by himself. So, that worked out exactly how you would imagine it would. Hey, Sean asked a question. I must have missed that. How did you ask that? Like 13 minutes ago? Sean asks, what future streaminations are you looking forward to? So, real talk, I'm actually really looking forward to digging into the Star Wars shows and the MCU shows. I know, it's cliched and it's typical and everyone doesn't care. But I really do want to dig into those shows, good and bad, and see what they've got and see how they're doing. There's a lot of shows I want to cover in general, don't mistake me, but those are probably the ones that engage my interest the most right now. Laura, why are you here? Don't tell me you came for me. I mean, it's terrible. It's horrible. Andrea, she's... Oh, God, not again. Heidelin, do you... But yes, STO is actually pulling the TOS constant. They don't have that much of a player base, but they have a very static player base. Their player numbers don't go up or down all that much. And a decent number of those players pay money into it, one way or the other. The game itself puts out regular updates, generally about twice a year. Sometimes more, sometimes less. So yeah, there's the dude from earlier, who is now a Sin Eater as well. So that's cool. And there's, other people who have been ensnared. Falling on your feet does not help, FYI. I'm afraid it is, Magister. And Magister's dead. Don't tell me you just had a vision of my past. Yeah, it looks like she's getting her group together, because these particular Sin Eaters are really much closer to actual ghosts. They have one thought, one mentality that goes through them, and that's kind of all they've got going for them. Otherwise, they are effectively not even intelligent creatures. So yes, a Hugh Axeman, a Galgian swordsman, a dwarven healer, an elven mage. Yep. Ghost Eaters. I mean, yeah. I mean, why would she do this? This is all strange. But she killed the creature. Again, ghost. The stories were wrong? Why did I ever think I could do this alone? I hope you'll find it hard to forgive me for all those things I said literally one quest ago. Raise eyebrow. That's fine. Don't worry about it, kid. I've had a lot more irritating flops than you that I've dealt with. Thank you, friend. I hope it's okay if I call you that? Yeah, I don't mind. Although I'm going to leave the planet soon, so, Can we go hunt this lady? Right. We must find her. No doubt Labrador and the others are there, too. Him and I have made our differences, but I would not wish this fate on my worst enemy. Yeah, no kidding. We must lay them to rest. But we must have a group. Oh, geez, Reggie, that's mean. One thing I do like about STO, and I've praised that while discussing the very game we're playing right now, is just how many... the variety of feasible builds that exist in that game. Oh, sure, there's always the optimal endgame meta, but there's a lot of builds that work, even for higher-end stuff, and I like that. Hell, there's a reason I almost always keep Gravity Well on almost every ship build I do, because it gels really well with what Pax tends to do, and we never solo, so it's always me and him. That's another thing I like about build games. You can build around someone else if you're always playing with someone else. So you're effectively doing a two-player build. Diablo 3 is actually really big on that. If you want to do the solo stuff, there's X, Y, and Z builds, and that's it. But if you want to do two-player or three-player, your options actually increase substantially. Damn it, Sean! Mass Effect 2 is a video game? Maybe? And thank you, Sean, as always. I will admit, I'm glad someone remembered last year's, I think? God, I forget where we're at exactly right now. I know what next year's April Fool's is going to be. Because it was supposed to be this year's, so I kind of already have it planned out and ready to go. Hey, it's the dude from, his father. Come to my lord's attention, you have acquitted yourself rather poorly as a bounty hunter and brought shame on your family name. He commands you to cease all activities and return to the city forthwith. Should you fail to do so, you will be stripped of your citizenship and your family name. And no more financial assistance. I mean, tell him to go sod off. I like to think that we killed his father when we went through there, liberating Yulmore. So hang on. Sean put that towards a bunch of things. I gotta jot all this down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4 things. 2 each. So we've got Spectacular Spider-Man, Avengers, Earth Spidey's here. That's also a discrimination. And then we've got Shantae 1 and 7 Sirens. Awesome. Got it all. 31 characters. Okay, listen, Flagant. We need to have a chat. Just saying. I mean, I have a bunch of different ships, all of which I consider, you know, feasible in different builds, but, you know, I still only really have the one character. I mean, I've done everything. I've done one character of each. But as I may have hinted at earlier, I haven't even leveled my Klingon all the way to max yet, which I'm in the middle of doing. I'll be doing that tonight. Again. I think I just hit 55, I want to say. Something like that. Still not sure what ship I want to do long-term on my Klingon. I'll take suggestions. What's a good tier 6 Klingon ship? You know, I just realized I don't want to be too negative, but this story arc is so boring. We're talking about Star Trek Online. Like, it's not bad, it's just extraordinarily bland, isn't it? Hi, I'm a kid who was born to rich parents, but I want to be something better than this. And she didn't have a family, but now she does. And that's kind of it. That's the whole story arc right there, in a nutshell. No more excuses. I will do what I must. Okay. Alright. So, we have to go around gathering a bunch of ingredients to get the item we're going to use against the boss. He's going to do it to prove that he's a real boy. Reminder, this is being done when most of the world, well, is saved, but not all of it. Just to give you a bit of perspective on the timeline here. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I remember Nilbert's quest reasonably well. And fondly, I suppose. I remember it fondly. But yeah, these were just kind of... Yeah, in fairness, I don't want to do anything serious with my Klingon. I just want a tier 6 ship. I might not even get a tier 6 ship. I might just... So right now what I'm running is the Special Burrell, the one that can fire while cloaked. And I've got a full anti-proton setup. Because I didn't really have the money at the time to set up the torpedo build I was going to originally do. Yeah, I'm leveling my Klingon to unlock cross-faction ships, exactly right. I already did that with my Jem'Hadar, and I'm probably not going to level my Delta faction character anymore. Haven't decided yet. But I have, like, I log in all the time and I do all the events. So I'm just swimming in tier 6 tokens and Zenny and all sorts of stuff. I also have a lifetime sub, so I get the monthly thing. So I can do pretty much whatever I want to ship-wise. I just usually sit on it until I'm ready to pull a trigger on something. Like the Jem'Hadar carrier, which is my main right now. And like I said, I'm really tempted by the Juggernaut. What is this? Ooh, that looks nice. I think I saw this one earlier, yeah. It's also got an appearance I really like, which is the Vorkang, I think? The Vorkang, the Voral... No, the Camarang. Looks pretty cool. Either way, the old Katinga approach looks really cool for that ship for me. Best piece of content in STO? So I can't answer you without spoiling. But the conclusion of the main story thread the one that was like from the launch of the game up until about 2 years ago. That final quest was incredibly awesome. I loved it. I'm sorry, I don't want to gush, but damn! It was good, and it was very Star Trek, and I loved every moment of it. It was also a good conclusion story. You notice how every MMO, every big MMO out there has had the big conclusion story arc now. We've had Endwalker, which I am told is a big conclusion story arc. Don't answer. Don't respond. WoW had Legion. Guild Wars 2 has End of Dragons, which just came out. Star Trek Online had the end of that arc. Yeah, no, it was a really good, proper finale, and they built up to it beautifully. Hang on, I feel my stabbing arm is reaching towards Mr. Red. I'm not sure why. I wouldn't worry about it too much, though. I'm sure it's all good. I should probably make sure that he doesn't die. I am quite excited. I'm getting to the point of actual excitement. Because once I finish this bundle of quests, it's all new content. Like, all the way down, you know. STO used to be a really frustrating and, frankly, bad game. It's gotten a lot better. Make of that what you will. I know, the same could be said about a lot of games, but it's true. STO did a revamp recently, which really helped out. And by recently, I mean several years ago. I think I've said this before during the STO lore run. I played STO off and on since it launched, but I didn't get into STO until the Romulan expansion. That's when I started to notice the quality on display, and I was like, you know what? Hang on, this is actually good. Huh. Who knew? Yeah, I actually enjoy the... We keep doing... So, there's 3 TFOs right now, instances, that you can do right now in order to progress the current event. We keep doing the same one because the second one bugs out periodically, and the first one is ground-based, so screw that. But, I haven't gotten bored of it. It's Jupiter Ascent, or however they pronounce that. And it's fun. I enjoy it. They've gotten a lot better about their instance design over the years. Please don't die on me, you asshole. Oh my god. That's 2 of these failed in a row to NPCs being crap. I was gonna be easy on these gameplay-wise, but I think 2 bugged NPCs failing these on easy officially qualifies for gameplay negative status. Wow. That's just wow. I don't know what else to add to that. I did this on normal too. I had to. At least I think I did. I don't think it was an option back then to not. I could be wrong. I could be misremembering. You're right, it really is Weodes. Didn't used to be, but all the others died out. Oh, he is just getting murdered. This is not very easy. Just, good lord. I know. I'm supposed to go for the healer first, but goddammit, I need him to live, which means I need their DPS to go away. I do not, admittedly, Justin. I haven't decided yet. I mean, the Borg Juggernaut is an option. It is on the table, although I think I could get the Juggernaut anyways right now. But I could also get that. I might also pick up that ridiculous Adamant that we were talking about earlier. Again, the Terran ships are apparently broken as hell, and I don't know. I tend to like ships that are broken as hell, but I also like ships that look cool. So I'm kind of big on... It's the Pokemon thing, right? I like Pokemon that are good, but I also like Pokemon that I enjoy. So I'm going to have to do a nice long look at the ships that are available and see if I can find a ship that's really cool. And then maybe decide if there's a ship that I prefer that way. And if there isn't, if nothing really appeals to me that I don't already have, I'll probably go with the frickin' Juggernaut. Alright, so don't die this time, you moron. Jesus, that puts him low on health. Really, really low on health. Yeah, Pax just picked up the Terran Adamant, and he swears by it. And he just picked it up literally yesterday. The Odyssey comes with a what? I'm sorry? Excuse me, the Terran Odyssey. I haven't seriously looked at any of the Terran ships yet. I need to. I need to sit down and look at them. Yeah, for the longest time, Pax ran the Galaxy X because cool, right? Like, because he wanted a cool ship, not a ship that was high-end, but a ship that was just enjoyable, like I said. Form. We don't know how this works. Every game we prefer fashion over function. So he ran that for a long time. Let's see here. I kind of like the Verity look. And what's his tier 5? Jesus. Anyways, we did it! Woo! We killed the boss. Yay. And there's what's left of her crystal. Yeah, why do you think I use that Burrell that can fire while cloaked on the Klingons? Because it's the Burrell that can fire while cloaked. Also, it's really cool looking. Like, it's extremely high quality. High texture detail. You notice how some of the ships have much higher texture detail than the other ones? And yeah, the Burrell is one of those. You can really zoom in, and it's got tons of little details on it. I should have never betrayed your trust. Never again, I swore. Never again. Balam quits, the Shadowkeeper, the Flood. Come what may, we would face it together, no matter how hard it got or how terrified I was. That's what it meant to let someone into your heart, knowing full well nothing lasts forever. To welcome fear and pain. The sorrow. When I lost my parents, when we laid the Keeper low, you felt it too, didn't you? To place our faith in a desperate, hopeless attempt to save everyone, and see it amount to naught in the end. What else could we do but offer up our tiny remainder in a final futile effort, even knowing deep down it was worth but a few moments more? You gave me fear, and fear gave me strength. There's so much I want to ask. She's not there, dude. Ghosts. That is the last echoing thoughts. Nothing more. She's gone. She was gone 100 years ago. But for all the blandness, I do like the extra characterization for the Warriors of Light. So I'll give you that one, game. And yeah, I agree. Probably the only good thing about these quests is the little bit for the actual warriors themselves. And he, of course, relates because his parents are, you know, that terrible. Oh yeah, the Gagarin looks pretty cool. I've been tempted by that. Lahi. Who was it who was disagreeing with me about Lahi being the best overworld music? And they said Amarang's was better. This is a while ago. And I think it was someone who was insane and evil. Whoever they were. Here's the thing. I think I've kind of changed my mind on that a little bit. So, I don't know if I told you this, but obviously I did all the side quests, and the problem is Amarang's music loops nicely into itself. Lahi's is a better song in one loop, if that makes sense. Like, one loop of Lahi is a much better song, but as an overworld song, Amarang's doing this works a lot better. Does that make sense? So I still prefer Lahi in a vacuum, but Amarang song, whatever it's called, is a much better overworld song. Because for those of you who haven't heard it, the Lahi song loops badly. Like, the singing just loops weirdly, and then it goes back into a harsh Lahi every time it loops instead of looping properly. Hang on. The Mir Gagarin. Oh, that's a pretty ship. I like that. Comes with some interesting things. Looks like it's a command thing. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Aren't they changing how intelligence works, I think, is the spec? Because right now I'm command pilot, but I don't know if they've done it or if they're in doing it or whatever. I've kind of fallen behind. I need to, okay, so apparently they've tweaked it. I need to see if intelligence is worth a damn now. I wouldn't mind any insight on that, because like I said, I haven't looked. I didn't even know they did it yet. Oh, shoot. I forgot to order dinner. I was going to order dinner half an hour ago, and I got lost in this stupid quest. Yeah, it'll show up late, but it'll show up. What do you know about these Warriors of Light? Well, you know, a lot. Intelligence is overrated. Return to monkey. Do I have to? So we explained to him what's up about the Warriors of Light, like you do. Listen, all I'm saying is STO ships are more interesting than the quest chain we just did. Speaking of which, I decided to give it a story negative. If a story is so boring that I'm more interested in talking about STO ships than it, we have a problem. I did also give it a story positive. I do like the characterization it adds for the warriors themselves. But I think the other 90% of the quest, which including the stuff that's on camera right now, is not interesting. You know? Yeah, it's dull as dishwater, exactly. And it's like, okay. It's still arguably better than the class quest. I don't want to sound too negative about it. But yeah, did you catch the part where he's like, "You're stupid and suck, and I want you to get out of here"? literally one quest later. So, listen, hey, I didn't mean what I just said. It's like, really, dude? Okay, so that was that one. And yeah, exactly. 1 negative is better than 6. This is still a huge leap forward over the class quests, over this crap. Well, this crap over here. This crap! We'll see what we think of that. Oh, hang on, I gotta kill Alex for having another terrible perspective. Why are you so terrible? I don't understand this. Okay, let's do magical... Well, yeah, let's just do magical range. Let's just get that over with. I should probably actually be a magical range class. Red Mage, where are you at? X doesn't matter. Whatever. We have glasses on. We have glasses. Cool. I should finish ordering dinner. It's late, and it's already going to be late showing up. You know what? It's going to be so late, in fact. Let's just do this. I'll order the other thing later. Sorry, give me a second, please. Mea culpa. I'm stupid. I'm actually literally shaking right now because of how hungry I am. So, yeah, I'm gonna... I have food here, but I have to cook it, and I don't have time to cook it, so that's the problem I'm running into. Let's get this. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. God, my hand holding the phone is shaking. I should probably rest my arm. There we go, so that stops happening. You know, that is a good point. I can't do another role quest in 30 minutes. That isn't a bad point. No, I have small blood sugar issues. Like, I don't have serious blood sugar issues, but I do have blood sugar issues, you know? So, my sister can always tell when I haven't eaten lately, because I will just... It's a subtle thing. I don't know if you can even see this. But I do shake a little bit. And yeah, it runs in the family in my case, too. My mother gets really bad. You can always tell. She does this. Like, she can't be static when she's doing it. So, okay, you know what? Sure. I'll go ahead and chop off with your all's permission. So yeah, I think... Tomorrow, we'll go ahead and finish off the role quests, and then we'll do the class quest, and then we'll do the void quest. And hopefully, that will actually allow us to be done with all that stuff. I don't know how long that's going to take. The goal is to go ahead and hit Boja after all that. Oh, sorry, we're going to be doing Roll Master before. Yeah, right, because we got to do that one. I forgot about that. Then we'll do Void, because I haven't done Void. The Void quest is new to me. But we have done the Silva quest already. I've done the Silva quest already. And then, yeah, I guess that'll be that. So I do hope you will enjoy tomorrow at 9 a.m. as usual. And I will res Magister as an Unholy Lich. I'll see you next time.